There are people downstairs, and I don't know who they are. I don't remember why they're shouting my name. I don't remember a lot of things anymore. Please, don't forget me. Remember. I made my fortune selling some middleware I had been working on in my spare time to a growing tech company. This was back in 2002? Or was it 2003? A long time ago. I was barely in my 30s and rich beyond my wildest imagination. But you quickly realize money brings little joy when you've got no one to share it with. I had someone back then. I still remember her face. I do. I promise. She had eyes that would weep at Christmas adverts. She had hair that would turn brown at the roots when she hadn't been to the hairdresser's. She had a crooked smile that would reveal itself when she danced. She was mine. Then, she wasn't. She was killed the day after we celebrated 1-point-something million pounds arriving in our bank account. October 19th. I remember. We were rich. We were happy. Then we weren't. A snowstorm. Black ice. Car found at bottom of cliff. Her green eyes. Her dyed hair. Her crooked smile. All wiped from the earth. I remember trying to identify her body. It was near impossible. I don't remember much else. Since then, I've been trapped in this crumbling village in the middle of the Yorkshire moors. My wife and I had stumbled across it on our way to a seaside holiday. We fell in love with the rugged ruralness and bought a cottage on the outskirts. It was to be a private getaway where we'd grow old together. Now, I'm just old and alone. The last 18 years have found me drinking away my fortune. There's one pub in the village, the Steel and Oak, built in 1797. You'd be forgiven for thinking that the decor hadn't been updated since then. A cold and barren place where only the desperate would drink. I'd spend my nights with 1 or 2 alcoholics. Farmers, mostly, I think. We had nothing in common, so we kept ourselves to ourselves. Occasionally, a lost tourist would stumble into the decrepit pub. They were always on their way to somewhere nicer, most of the time, but had gotten lost or their car had broken down. I helped a few of them, I think. I remember giving lifts, as long as they didn't mind a bit of buzz driving. None of them stayed very long. Why would anyone want to spend their days with a sad drunk? As my wife would say, I think. This afternoon, a blizzard came in from the coast. The forecast said snow was going to hit the valley for at least the next 3 days. Around 3 o'clock, a young couple came blustering in from the snow. You could tell they were tourists, dressed in bright neon winter outfits that stung against the dark pub. I was going to take a few bottles home and drink myself through the storm, but the fella insisted on buying me another round. There was a desperation in his voice that made me suspect I was in the presence of a fellow alcoholic. Don't get many free drinks in this village, so gotta take them where you can. He was called John, a tall man, slim in some places, fat in others. His receding hair was partially hidden under a green bandana. She was called Jane, a pretty young thing, dressed in a yellow puffer jacket with dark hair and blonde highlights. And so the drinking began. John and Jane were happy and beautiful and polite. It made me sick. I wanted to hate them. Their joyousness made no sense in my world. But I was having an unfortunately good time. She asked if I remembered her. Something had been floating amongst the burnt remains of my brain. A flickering image. Maybe a smell. I couldn't grasp it, though. My memory has turned to dust. I've been known to forget my own name at times. Her smile faded. She said her last name was Hardwick. Family friends, I think. Must have been one of the wife's many acquaintances. She was always entertaining people, hosting weekends so friends can enjoy what she liked to call the real outdoors. Jane must have been young when my wife was obliterated at the bottom of that cliff. Jane asked if I ever redecorated the hallway. It was a phrase that stung. My wife despised the garish pink and blue flowered wallpaper and constantly demanded it get stripped away. The problem was, the room had towering high ceilings, meaning the walls stood like giant monoliths. It would have taken at least a week to strip it all, and at the time, I thought I had better things to do. John let out a sharp, harsh laugh. I changed the subject. After a few more drinks, I excused myself to go to the toilet. The urinal had been mysteriously smashed the week before, so I locked myself away in the cubicle and treated myself to a sit-down piss. Just as I was about to start, the bathroom opened, and I heard someone squeak in across the tile floor. They stopped outside the cubicle. A pair of expensive walking boots looked up at me from the gap underneath the stall. The shoes had barely got a lick of dirt on them. "That you, John?" I slurred. It was John. He didn't realize the urinal was broken. I sat in silence for 20 seconds as I tried to piss. No chance. So I surrendered the cubicle. John had been waiting so close to the door, his nose must have almost touched it. He said it was a shame that I didn't remember his wife. I agreed. It was. I had forgotten a lot of lovely things in my life, and she seemed like a lovely young lady. I told him. She was, he said. He stared at me for a moment, before sliding into the cubicle. Back at the table, Jane was staring out the window. The snow was picking up something fierce. It was being thrown around the landscape by an angry gale. Strange tunes whistled through the holes in the window frame. There was a newfound sadness on Jane's face. She asked again if I remembered her. I lied and said that I did. It was unconvincing. Her face drooped further. The blizzard pounded against the window. A pang of guilt spurred me to offer them a lift. They were staying at Oldman Farm, just a bit further out from my house. Jane gave me a wonky smile, but I could tell it wasn't real. She put her hands over mine. They felt soft and warm. Her eyes were like emeralds, dazzling in the firelight. She told me that she was sorry. "What for?" I asked, but John appeared at the table and downed the last of his pint. He said it was time to leave. The blizzard was raging when we clambered into my rusty Land Rover and left the village. I could barely see beyond the car bonnet as the white flakes whipped around us. Everything had turned into mounds of snow of varying sizes. Hills, trees, houses. Even the road signs had vanished into the whiteness, meaning I had to make my way back from memory. I made several wrong turns and had to spin the car around on the gathering ice. Julie and Jim were barely paying attention. Harsh whispers forced small clouds of fog from their mouths. The word pathetic was muttered a few times. Eventually, Jane folded her arms and stared down at her feet. The windscreen wipers were the only sound for the rest of the journey, as I watched Jeremy scowl at me through the rearview mirror. By the time we got to mine, the blizzard was screaming and pulling at the car. The rest of the journey would be downhill and treacherous even in the best of weather. There was no way Julian and Janet were getting back. I offered for them to wait it out back at mine. I had a few frozen chicken tikka masala meals and more than enough booze to tie us over. John looked ready to deny the offer, but Jane cut him off. She would love to stay, apparently. John glared out the window and told her not to waste her time through his gritted teeth. The passenger door opened and Jane silently got out. "Women, eh?" I said. John leaned his head against the glass and told me that he hated me. He would never forgive me for what I had done to Judith. "What did I do?" I asked. He told me that I don't remember. My head started to hurt. It was piercing, like a hot needle through the eye. My mouth tasted like sulfur. The rush of blood squeezed through my ears. I told him that I was sorry. He just grunted and got out of the car. I took a bottle of golden ale out from the plastic bag beneath my feet and popped it open with a twist of my car keys. 3 deep, burning gulps. And it was done. I felt better. I couldn't see John and Jane at the front door. I called out their names into the freezing void. Every shout was taken by the breeze. After a few desperate attempts of calling them, I gave up and decided to warm up inside. Maybe they would be easier to spot from the windows of the upper floor. I slid my key into the lock, but the door was already open. I've never been too fussed about home security, but I could have sworn I locked it today. Jamie and Jill were already inside, their voices barking away from the kitchen. Their argument had turned fierce. Wails bounced off the pink and blue hallway walls. Jennifer cried out that Jordan was a self-obsessed monster. Justin accused Jade of being a dirty little flirt. A plate smashed on the floor. I asked if everything was okay. Jim told me to screw off, and that I was a fat waste of space. Jill screamed at him to stop talking to me like that. I held my breath and crept upstairs. I snuck into the bathroom as the shouting continued. I clicked the lock closed and sat down on the side of the bath. John accused Jane of wanting to leave him. He was slurring. Jane asked, "Why would anyone want to spend their days with a sad drunk?" And I began to cry. I wish I could say I remembered my own name, but my mind is ash. A burnt inferno of crushed steel at the bottom of some cliff. My name is John Hardwick. My wife, Jane, was killed when her car skidded off the road and rolled down a 150-foot cliff. I was supposed to take the car to the garage and replace the worn brake pads. I went to the pub instead. I forgot to tell her. I forgot. They've stopped arguing now, but I can still hear them moving around the house. I think they're looking for me. Stop crying, Jane. I remember now. I remember. If you go into this one tiny, dingy one-story bar in Paris, and the right bartender is behind the counter that night, you might be able to see a very exclusive gallery show of the lost works of one Henri Bichon. However, to get in, you have to prove you're a devotee of the artist. You'll be asked, in clear and perfect English,
"What would you like to partake of this glorious night?"
Answer, absinthe. No matter what. Any other drink, from whiskey to water, will kill you as you sleep. The next question will regard the type, and you must answer one of two things. The stuff that the man himself could not bear to take, or the good stuff, the best stuff. If you ask for any other absinthe, in any other way, you will be plagued by nightmares for 13 days. Each night's dream will be more horrible than the last, until, upon the 13th dream, your nightmare will follow you every moment of your waking and sleeping life. Don't try and cheat the barkeep. The door locked behind you. You have to drink what he gives you, doom or not. That such a powerful man granted you audience should be enough. Besides, I've heard that the dying complimented his drinks in their death throes. If you make it that far before sealing your fate, the bartender will say,
"Be sure you handle this with care. This is the finest I have."
From here, you may do one of two things. Say, word for word, "I overestimated my fortitude, and I bid you good eve." If the barkeep nods, you may leave the door you entered, unharmed and with nothing gained and nothing lost, except the time spent inside. Or you can go on. You will be given a glass with a 7-sided rim, with each side twisting ever so delicately around the basin until forming a sleek and simple handle. You will also receive a very, very special absinthe spoon in the shape of a key. The holes at the key's top serve as the draining point for the alcohol to pour over the sugar cube. And, of course, an unmarked bottle, stripped long ago of its label, scraps of paper sticking to its sides, covered in the rot of the decades past. The spoon is completely flat, but has two distinct sides. One with a groove along the shaft of the key, and one without. Turn the shaft down, so its groove will be face down. If you attempt this face up, your absinthe will taste foul, your nose will burn, and your eyes will shrivel in their sockets with unspeakable horrors not of this world. Now, if your spoon is the right way up, begin preparing the absinthe as one would. Put the sugar on the spoon and pour the alcohol over so it gains its color and special qualities. Say cheers to your friend, the barkeep, and bottoms up. If you don't, the absinthe will burn every innard it touches with the power and pain of sulfuric acid. If you've done it right, the already dim lights will go off, and darkness will consume the bar. Don't be afraid. The darkness is the cue that you've been approved for the exhibit. Wait out the darkness, and keep silent as the dead, lest the bartender decide to make you so. Eventually, not too long, 2 to 3 minutes, a green floodlight will shine brightly on a door on the far wall of the bar. The bar will be bathed in green, and not just from the floodlight. Little luminescent spheres will gently drift through the room, and the barkeep will no longer be there, nor any other unassuming patron inside before. There's no danger at this time. Consider it a safe point. If you didn't finish the absinthe, you don't have to, but you might need the alcohol. Either way, take the spoon and put it in the keyhole of the green-lit portal's doorknob. It will fit perfectly, and reach the end of the keyhole with a resounding click. Inside is a small elevator, with the most beautiful woman any mortal eyes can imagine, bathed in a green glow in just such an angle that the light refracts beyond her into the shape of wings. The green fairy herself will ask you, "Going up?" And considering all the trouble you went through, it would only make sense to say yes. Now, you have one more hurdle to clear. She will ask you, as you cross the line from the bar to the compartment, how would you compare Bichon's surrealism to that of, say, René Magritte? For your reply, you must say, "I've come to see more than art tonight." If you don't, the green floodlight will blow out, the doors will slam shut, and the elevator will plummet through a seemingly infinite blackness before a real light grows brighter as the elevator nears the very depths of hell. Now, if your elevator begins to go up, the green light will also fade, but in its place will be the cool glow of the moon. But before you even recognize it, the elevator will reach the top of its, well, let's call it a shaft, to not get too intricate. Now, I'm not as sure about this as the rest, but I've heard that if the green fairy kisses you on the cheek as she leaves the elevator, you will be blessed with a creative inspiration, a permanent, ever-changing muse. You can't ask her, you can't kiss her. She has to do it out of her own volition. If not, well, nothing. But no reason to do it anyway, and anger the woman who is responsible for keeping Bichon's paintings safe for so many years. You will enter, from the elevator, a turn-of-the-century parlor, with a large poster of Henri Bichon on the left side of the opposite wall. On the right is a door. Taking the time to read the poster is a fairly good idea, as it explains the very significance of Mr. Bichon. You see, he was a struggling surrealist in the 1920s, always making art to try to be free of all premeditation, and managed to do so. You see, after one night in a tiny, dingy, one-story bar in Paris, he began to paint patterns. First, it was geometric patterns, then complete fractals, then images that would be in the newspaper the next day, then next week, then, from 50 years ago, 100 in the future, 200 in the past. Then, on his last night of life, he kidnapped 3 young girls from their homes at night, murdered them, and painted his finest masterpieces in reds and yellows with the blood and bile of virgins. He took his own life immediately after painting exactly 13 of these. They are what lies behind the door. The first 6, from left to right, show the genesis of the universe, the only true visage of God as viewable to the eyes of man, the true image of Jesus Christ, the sprawling clouds of heaven, every pope, from the first to faces not yet recognizable, and a portrait of Jesus' appearance in his second coming. The other 6, from right to left, show the cataclysm of the universe, the only true visage of Satan as viewable to the eyes of man, the true image of Judas, the sprawling flames of hell, every human embodied demon, from the first to faces not yet recognizable, and a portrait of the Antichrist in his second coming. Now, 6 and 6 makes 12. But what of the 13th? This 13th painting is turned around on its wall pin. The image facing the wall. The space around it is roped up at a very wide diameter, and under the flipped image is a sign in 3 languages. The top is in the scriptures of the seraphim, the bottom in the runes of the highest demonic orders, and in the middle, in Roman letters, do not touch. Now, like the kiss, I can't say this part with as much certainty, but all the same, I heard that somehow, as he died, Bichon flayed his skin, his organs, his very soul, into some sort of collage. How he took his dead body and created such a horrific masterpiece, I could never say, nor would I ever dare to. So, if you make it, maybe you can flip the canvas over and tell me sometime. You can tell me about it over a drink. My whole life, I had the curse of obedience. I never told anyone. I didn't even realize it wasn't normal, until I noticed other people could freely defy people's wishes. But everything I was told to do, I did. I always had a clean room. I always stopped chatting in class. And I always was the person people would come to when they needed help cheering up. When I'm doing these actions, I'm not me. I don't know if someone else takes over. I don't know if my body simply exists to carry out actions without a consciousness. Maybe I remain in control, but forget it after. But somehow, every time I carried out a task that had been asked of me, I'd simply black out until it was done. I'd have no memory of fulfilling the task. Ask me to pick up something at the shop, and I could not tell you how much it cost. But I'd retain the skills. Ask me to learn how to use certain software, and I'd understand it like the back of my hand when it's done. When I got to college and moved in with a couple of other students, things got a bit more difficult. Teachers aren't as personal, so nobody ever told me to get on with my work. My flatmates don't care how messy my room is, so they wouldn't tell me to clean there, just to clean the shared areas. I got lazy. I wasn't doing much because nobody told me to. I was finishing college when I realized a couple of extra things about this curse. Something that I thought I could use to turn it into a gift. The first is that it had to be to my face, in person. Ask me to do something over the phone or via text, and I could do as I please. The second, though, was more interesting to me. If I asked myself to do something whilst looking into a mirror, I could do these tasks on autopilot. A door had opened in life, and I walked through without hesitation, not realizing that it would lock behind me. I'd use this newfound loophole to do things that were boring. Make dinner. Wash your clothes. Complete this essay. Life was as easy as when I was a kid. I didn't need my parents or teachers to tell me the right things to do. I could tell myself. I was back to having a life where I do everything myself, whilst also having everything done for me. I experimented a little with cameras in my flat. I asked myself to clean the shared living area and watch the recording after. To my surprise, I didn't act all robotic. I seemed like myself. In fact, halfway through emptying the bin, one of my flatmates got back and spoke to me. We shared an inside joke, laughed, and spoke about our day. All the time, my voice had its normal inflections and normal tones. It was like I was watching my twin. I realized that I had been using this all wrong. There is so much potential I have with this. Could I stop wars? Could I bring world peace? Could I become everything I've ever desired? I started with something I had wanted for the past few years, but never had the courage or opportunity. You need to get into a relationship. Suddenly, I was laying next to the most beautiful person I had ever seen. We were cuddled up in a bedroom I didn't recognize, and they were asleep. The bedroom must have been mine, or maybe ours, as items I owned back at the flat were in this room. I was happy. I was warm. I was cozy. But I wanted to take it a step further. There was a mirror next to the bed. I faced it and said, "You need to start a family." The next thing I remember is holding my baby boy. I was in the hospital with my partner. I did a double take when I looked at her this time, as they didn't look the same. Maybe things hadn't worked out with my previous partner. I looked in the hospital mirror, took a deep breath, and said, "You need to become rich." Sure enough, there I am, in my office, a plaque on my desk with my name on it, and CEO. I don't know what company I founded, but from the looks of things, I'm doing quite nicely for myself. I went into my office's private bathroom, and before I even caught a proper glimpse of myself, I said, "I want to be the most famous and loved person on the planet." I was on stage, accepting an award for Outstanding Actor in a Drama Series, with applause thundering in the background. Ah, shit. No mirrors. I was gonna have to bullshit my way through this speech. "Thank you." The applause settles down. "When I first founded my company, I never thought I'd one day get into acting. It's been so long that I hardly even remember how I got into it. Or maybe it hasn't been that long. Maybe it just felt like it. I'd like to thank my son. Where is he?" There was silence. An awkward, thick tension in the air. The host of the awards evening spoke up. "I think we all join you in thinking that, even in death, raising Philip still led you to where you are today. And for that, I think somewhere he knows you're thanking him." Oh my God. I thought to myself. I stood there, not knowing what to think. He was only in my arms a few moments ago. I spoke up. "He was too young to be taken from us. The host patted me on the back.
23 is far too young for anyone.
My heart sank. My son died older than me. Wait, how old even am I? Is it selfish of me to care more about myself than the person I raised for 23 years? I mean, I didn't even really raise him. I had used this sick and twisted curse to do it for me. But, I mean, it wasn't my intention. I just wanted to have fame and money. How could I have known it'd take 23 years? The host spoke up again as I walked off stage.
Almost 6 years gone, yet still always in our hearts.
Oh my God. It took 29 years. I've wasted my life. I'm the most famous, loved, richest person on the planet. And I don't have a goddamn clue who I am. At this point, was I even the main inhabitor of this body? By existing right now, am I robbing from whatever is in control of me when I'm blacked out? This is more their life than it is mine at this point. Besides, what about my family? I have a family now, apparently. Is it fair that I carry on, not even knowing my wife's name? I can't exactly ask her now, can I? I don't know a thing about anybody in my life. It'd catch up with me eventually. So, I went to the bathroom. Still holding my award, I look directly in the mirror and said 5 words. Live your best possible life. And then everything went black. It is the weirdest thing. And I mean, it's gotten to the point it affects his everyday functioning. It stopped being quirky and become, like, a debilitating mental health issue. You know? It all started a couple of weeks ago. My friend Tim lets it drop in conversation one day that he thinks he's got a stalker. And of course, I'm like, what? Stalker? And he's like, yeah, there's this figure I keep seeing. Kind of far away, and like out of the corner of my eye usually. Followed me here. He's deaf, by the way, so he's signing this to me. That's why I pronounced it as figure. In sign language, you don't really have pronouns. He uses the sign that means someone or something, and uses 2 fingers to indicate the someone's eyes staring, and staring at him from a distance. We're in a coffee shop. I ask him to point out the figure. So he goes outside and looks around, and points to the intersection a block down. It being the city during the morning rush, there are people walking around all over. And I'm like, the lady in the red hat? The dude in the Packers jacket? He keeps shaking his head no. But he's got his eyes on something or someone. He tells me forget it, and we go back inside. And he doesn't mention it again. And when I ask at the end of our meetup if I should be concerned, he waves me off and says, all casual, nah, it's good. Like he's embarrassed he brought it up. But then, a few days later, he FaceTimes me, asking to meet up again, like right now. Can I meet him for dinner? And I've already got plans, but he looks so strung out, so I say sure. We meet at a small diner. He's barely sat down at the table across from me when he says, signing very low so no one can see, even though the chances of the babbling people around us knowing sign language are pretty darn low. Look. See the woman outside the window. I look, searching the street outside. There's only the ordinary pedestrian traffic of the late afternoon. I look back at Tim and shrug. His eyes dart to the window, and he describes the woman he sees. Brunette, 30s or 40s, gray sweatshirt and pants. Okay. I look again. Well, there's a woman. Curly brown hair with her kid. No. He shakes his head, sighs and runs his fingers through his hair, then turns and stares. Keeps staring. I lean over to follow his gaze to the window. There's no one there. Hey, I sign. Are you sure you're feeling okay? I've been seeing her every day for 2 weeks. He interrupts, signing quickly now. She started far away, but each day she's gotten closer. He moves his hands closer and closer together, and adds, I'm worried. What happens when... His hands touch. Who is she? Have you tried, approaching her? Is she like someone you know? All I can think is it must be a relative. Like, maybe he's hallucinating someone important to him. Tim has a history of depression. Has struggled with some form of mental illness throughout most of his life. And spent most of his youth navigating stuff alone, or holding it in. Because his family is hearing, and never bothered to learn sign language. It strikes me to wonder if the woman has ever signed to him. But when I ask if she's hearing or deaf, he shakes his head. I don't know. And tells me he's never met her. Well, not really. But he knows who she is. I snort. It seems like he's being purposely obscure. He claims he knows her, but he's never met her. I ask him again who she is. He gets more agitated, rubbing his arms and looking over his shoulder. Oh, he says. She's moved. Where? I ask. Door. There is no one at the door. Clearly no one. But he keeps giving sneaking glances, looks at me and smiles, and gives me that two-fingered motion again, of eyes, staring and staring, watching him. I ask him if he wants to leave. He says no. She'll just show up wherever he goes. I push my chair out and go to the door. He's watching me with a strange mixture of horror and fascination. I push open the door and step outside, and come back in and sit back down with him. I reiterate to him there's no one there. He rubs his palms into his eyes and finally says, Okay. I ask him again how he knows her. This past summer, Tim tells me, he and his friends went camping. Old friends he hadn't seen since Gallaudet. One of them knew of a hiking trail with some scenic views, remote enough to be less traveled than the more famous peaks. There's a cabin along the trail, rustic but well built. A log cabin like a picture on a postcard. The outhouse has a little window in the door and similar log construction. Everyone goes into the cabin, but Tim comes back out to use the outhouse. The stench is bad, even from a distance. Tim holds his breath, wondering if he shouldn't just go into the woods instead. But he braves the reek and opens the door. And a cloud of flies bursts out, swirling around him in a storm of black wings. And at that moment, the stench hits him like a wave, making his eyes water and his stomach buck as he stumbles away from the outhouse and hurls. When he looks inside, there's a woman sitting on the toilet bench. She's kind of curled in the corner. Gray sweatshirt, gray sweatpants, brown hair draping down around her. What little he can see of her face, her skin, is bloated and splotchy. He only gets a glimpse, and then he rushes to the cabin screaming, bursts in, hands flying. Call the police. Police now. Woman dead, bathroom, call police now, now, now. And his friends look up from poring over a backpack they found, with wallet and phone, an uneaten moldy lunch. And it all so clearly belongs to the corpse in the outhouse. And it's definitely the same woman? I ask him. He nods. The police came and took away her body, he says. They found no evidence of foul play, and he and his friends were allowed to leave after questioning. He shows me her obituary. She was apparently cremated, and her funeral was a few weeks ago. But it is definitely her, he says. Okay. I think for a minute. Well, you had a really traumatic incident. I mean, that had to be traumatic. Finding a dead body. So, maybe what you're seeing is because of, flashbacks from the trauma. You haven't asked me how she died. Oh, how did she die? He tells me she died of dehydration, when after a few days, the heat and lack of water killed her. But she could have come out at any time. There was nothing stopping her. No lock on the door, no marks or signs of violence. No animal tracks outside. Nothing. Why would she choose to stay and die? Why? He's obviously been torturing himself over this question. Strange. I agree. But I'm much more concerned for Tim's mental health than I am for this woman who decided to end her life in the woods. Tim's obsession with her, his trauma from finding her after her death, has done a number on his already delicate mental state. Do you think your obsession with figuring out why she died might be fueling these visions? I ask him. I mean, regardless if you're seeing her because of trauma or because of some hallucination, it's not like you can change what happened. See if you can get some meds to kill the hallucination. He chuckles humorlessly. Kill a hallucination who's already dead. But he agrees to see a psychiatrist. He seems to be feeling a little restored when we get up to leave. At the door, though, he pauses, his face twisting in anxiety. He waits, letting me go first to open it, and motions me to hold it wide open for him. Only then does he step through. 3 days later, I get another message from Tim. He's stuck, and begs me to come to his place. When I arrive, his door is ajar, but it feels rude to walk in, so I press the doorbell and watch the lights flash. My phone buzzes. Come on in. Tim greets me the moment I step inside, like he was right there waiting. He's got his bag in hand, tells me he's late. He's gonna be in so much trouble at work. Would I please come with him downstairs? He'll explain later. He ushers me down the staircase and at the front door of the building draws up sharp, so that I almost bang into him. And he motions me to get the door, even though it's partly open and he could easily push it. I fling it wide, and he dashes out signing, "Thank you. Sorry. I'll explain after work." That evening, he asks me to let him back into his building, and after I let him in, the door is not even locked. The building front door is ajar. He leads me up to his unit and inspects the door. It's closed. His posture visibly relaxes as he unlocks it and invites me in for a beer. Then he admits to me, sheepishly, that he's had a rough few days. Actually called in sick a couple times, because now she is always at the door. Who? I ask, and then at his withering look. Oh, but we just came through the door. Yeah, open doors are fine. Closed doors are fine. But she... Didn't you notice the building door was ajar? He shows the partial open door with his hands, a slight gap between them, and then grips one hand that represents the door with the other. Her fingers were holding it open. I don't know what to say to this. It seems a whole new level of delusion. Tim hands me a beer from the fridge, explaining that she is always at the door now. But he only sees her fingers, and sometimes her eyes. So what happens if you open the door? I wonder. He just takes a swig of his beer, morosely, and then his gaze goes distant. He's focused on something behind me. I turn around. The bedroom door is ajar. I swing back to look at him. Is she there? The bedroom. You see fingers? His eyes meet mine. His face is flat. Deaf people are usually very expressive. Half the grammar is on the face, not the hands. But lately, he's been almost a robot. At that point, finally, he makes the gesture. 2 fingers pointing at himself, staring and staring. Then he signs FML. I stand, go to the ajar door. Tim pales, eyes rounding, but says nothing. Just takes another sip of his beer and watches me. I push the door, reach up, run my hand down the length of the ajar edge, push it open further, swing it back and forth, look at him, and raise my eyebrows like See? It's nothing. Nothing's there. He grunts, and his eyelids flutter. I don't think he's been sleeping enough. Hey, do you need someone to stay with you? Nah. He waves me off. Go home. So I do. But here's why I'm writing the post. He hasn't gotten better. He keeps asking me to help him when he gets stuck. Once it was at his workplace. Other times at his apartment. Last time I was there, I noticed he took off all the doors except the front door to his unit. It's gotten to be utterly debilitating to his life. And the last time I saw him, he kept ranting at me about her. About how it didn't save her. And I didn't understand what he meant. Obviously, no one saved her. She was dead when he found her. No, he burst at me. You don't understand. Everything she suffered through, and it didn't save her. I can tell he's falling into depression. I'm worried he's gonna quit his job and just stop leaving his apartment and never come out. How do I help my friend? Update. I never actually posted what I wrote above because it felt like maybe I shouldn't bear Tim's troubles to the world. Like, it's not my story. But I'm sharing it now because he called me this afternoon. Furious. He followed my advice. And the psychiatrist told him to put the doors back on. And if he saw the fingers again, to close his eyes and open the door. That it's a compulsion he needs to gain power over. So he followed the instructions, put up all the doors back in his place, and now, he told me, he's screwed. He got stuck in his closet. Look, I'll head over, and then we'll open the door together, all right? I'll hold your hand while you push. I might have said this a bit too sarcastically, but then, while I was heading over, I remembered his last rant to me about her. About how everything she suffered didn't save her. Of course, at the time I thought, duh, you found her rotting. Obviously she wasn't saved. But while I was busing to his place is when it finally struck me what he really meant. See, the fact he found her body in the corner meant she never opened the door. She chose to die, rather than going near that door. But it still got her. And maybe that means there's no way for Tim to escape either. And as this revelation hits, a sudden, icy panic grips me. Because I'm the one who told him to go see the doctor. And it was all in his head. And to just buck up and open the door. My heart hammers, 1,000 beats a minute like a hummingbird. As I try to vid call him, it rings and rings. And finally, the agonizing bus ride ends, and I'm leaping off the bus and rushing into his building, and taking the steps 2 at a time. I let myself into his place out of breath, fling open the closet door. Nothing but clothes on hangers, shoe boxes, plastic storage bins and blankets. I stomp my foot, hard, on the wooden planks of the hardwood floor to alert him to my arrival. Nothing. Retreat back out to the bedroom, bathroom, living room. Stomp again, So hard and loud the downstairs neighbors are sure to call and complain. No response. Call his phone. Call and call. Finally, see its light flashing from the closet floor behind the door. And as I lean down to pick it up, when I straighten, I notice that the door, it has swung closed behind me and is now just barely ajar. And there, wrapped around the edges of the closet door, are Tim's fingers. At first, I think it's a prank. Ha ha, I sign sarcastically, even though he can't see me, and I reach for the door and stop. I'm not sure why I stop. Some instinct. I wait for him to open it. And it's been over an hour. I'm still waiting. I think I'm going to need some help getting out. But then, once I do, what do I do next? How do I make sure that Oh God. Tim just... His hand, it's still curled around the door, and his index finger just uncurled and curled again, beckoning me closer. Please, help me. What should I do? Rule 1. Never look at the gardener. Rule 2. Enter doors only after knocking. Rule 3. The clocks need daily winding. Rule 4. House staff and visitors must mask. Rule 5. Every statue in the long hall must be completely covered. Rule 6. Rule 3 repeats for the grandfather clock. Set again before leaving. Rule 7. Wrong deliveries occur daily, only except on the second attempt, not the first or third. Run the package to the center of the hedge maze. Leave the maze within 5 minutes. Rule 8. Depart Kilgore Court for any video calls. Video and photography are strictly prohibited. I reviewed the list of rules from the advert one more time as I stepped off the bus. Crumbling stone walls bordered austere Victorian houses lining the narrow street. At the top of the hill, the current caretaker for Kilgore Court, Pim Perrin, met me beside a towering wrought iron gate. Small and straight-backed in a gray suit, he would have cut a dapper figure were it not for the ostentatious beaked and feathered mask that covered his face. "Good morning, Sam Miller," said Pim, extending a wrinkled hand. "Your references claim you excel at following instructions to the letter, and have never broken a rule." "Correct. I am, task-oriented. People call me computer-like." I shrugged. Less flattering terms had been used for me. Inflexible. Anal retentive. I was not popular with my classmates, who disliked my perfect obedience to all posted signs and placards. "That is just what we need here, Sam. Now." Pim reached into a bag and from it pulled a feathered mask identical to his own, but newer.
Wear at all times, except in the sitters' quarters.
Why? I nearly asked, but caught myself. Who was I to question the whims of the wealthy, especially at the generous pay I was being offered for my 3-week stint while Mr. Kilgore and his staff went overseas? I heard the smile in Pim's voice as he said,
"It's all right for you to ask questions. Mr. Kilgore is a bit of an eccentric. Anyone who enters the house, even for a short time, must wear a mask. The magpie mask represents the sitter. Any other questions?"
I mentally reviewed the rules. Never look at the gardener?
He is superb at his work, but has an unusual deformity, and becomes violent if anyone sees it. It is unlikely you will ever meet him, but if your paths cross, just keep your eyes averted, and he won't bother you.
Peculiar. But if the man excelled at his job, perhaps his skills were worth the inconvenience of his idiosyncrasies. The remaining rules seemed self-explanatory. Except... Rule 7. The delivery.
"Oh, that."
He chuckled.
"If you're still curious, in 3 weeks I'll tell you. Just be sure to leave the maze quickly. There are some flora at the center that produce pretty powerful hallucinogenic effects after more than a few minutes. Nothing bad will happen to you if you stay longer, but..."
I'll set a stopwatch.
"Good. The regular staff will attend to most things when they get back. Your presence is mostly for the packages and winding the clocks. Beyond these rules, the rest of the time you may spend at your leisure."
Really? It's that simple.
It's that simple.
The house.
An ornate staircase wound upwards, flanked by towering columns stretching to a domed ceiling. The view outside the windows showed a dazzling sea of green, dotted with flowers like stars, and topiary animals dancing among them. Pim showed me a coat room, with extra masks for visitors. He led me through each area of the mansion, knocking at each door, winding the clocks, and lastly checking all the dust covers in the long hall. Having finished nearly everything in under an hour, he took me out to the garden, where, despite the beautiful greenery, the odor of rot wafted to us.
"Carrion flowers,"
explained Pim, sweeping his arm towards a variety of strange blossoms with their spotted red petals as large as my arms.
"Their blossoms mimic the smell of decaying flesh. We have a greenhouse, too, full of orchids in the genus Bulbophil."
His fingers caught my arm. A dark shape lumbered in our periphery. I almost turned my head.
"Rule 1,
hissed Pim, his grip nearly cutting off my circulation. I kept my face resolutely forward, resisting the urge to flick my eyes to the lurching figure at my periphery. The gardener swung something trunk-like. An arm? A gardening tool? I couldn't make out any features without looking.
"Face forward. Do not look."
A moment later, the gardener shuffled off. Pim released my arm.
"Apologies. That surprised me. I don't remember this ever happening."
It's all right. I probably would have looked if you hadn't reminded me.
"Just be alert when you are in the garden. and averting your eyes will become second nature. Come, I'll show you the sitters' quarters, and then we will be done for the day.
Sitters' quarters.
The sitters' quarters was a separate suite of rooms with a little balcony, a private bathroom with a clawfoot tub, a study, and its own kitchen and laundry. This suite belonged to Pym himself, though he told me.
It is for the sitter's use, and while I am away, you will be the sitter, so use it as your own.
Strange pictures hung on the wall. One, the bone closet, depicted an ordinary closet door opening to a scribble of black, scrawled circles that might have been eyes peering out. Another, statues, showed a figure in the long hall reaching from under a dust cover, seemingly trying to grab a visitor by the ankle. The most disturbing, skinless man, depicted a figure who appeared to be stitched from a patchwork of skins, bits of him dropping away while he sewed on a new piece at his belly. Pym told me the artworks had all been rendered by the original caretaker, also named Pym Perrin. Apparently the name was passed like a title. From an old black and white photo, the original caretaker was Pym's opposite in every respect. Towering and heavyset, where Pym was dainty. His face was also grotesquely disfigured. As for Pym, well, he informed me that in this suite, masking was not required. Still, he kept his on, as much part of his uniform as his jacket and tie. One door in the suite led to a chamber that did not match the Gothic decor. A security room, with monitors to the front gate, veranda, and porch.
The CCTV system is finicky, but you need not worry unless there is a break-in. Should any emergency arise, call me before anyone else, even the authorities.
Pym took from his pocket the heavy brass key to the house, which he placed into my hand. Then he pointed to a prominently framed list of rules on the wall.
Obey them all, Sam. From now on, the rules are your software.
Day 1.
After performing my allotted tasks, I took out my laptop. No Wi-Fi, but I found I could connect to my phone as a hotspot, and typed up this post. I was in the middle of describing the pictures when the doorbell rang, so loudly it made me jump. I nearly rushed to answer, but then remembered Rule 7. Absurdly, I had to ignore the initial delivery attempt. The rules are your software. The package I accepted on the second delivery was large and heavy. I held my breath against the smell of the carry-on flowers and brought it to the center of the maze. I did not encounter the gardener.
Day 2.
The long hall contains dozens of shrouded statues beneath its gold-gilded fresco ceiling. The heavy dust covers are always slipping off. Hence Rule 5. Every statue in the long hall must be completely covered. I was about halfway through checking the covers when behind me came a soft, whispery. At first, I thought it was a draft, but when it happened again, I looked back and noticed the arrangement of the statues had changed. One of the tall sheeted shapes was now closer to me than it had been a moment ago. Thinking I imagined it, I turned back to my task. The hairs on my neck stood straight. Even though I knew it was foolish, I could not get out of my head the artwork of a hand reaching out to drag in the nearest passerby. Still, I tried to ignore it and continued my task. I whirled and choked back a scream. A dozen of the shrouded statues loomed around me. The nearest had its arm extended, fingers poking from beneath the sheet, scarcely an inch from my face. So close, I glimpsed actual fingerprints swirled into the marble. A diamond glittered on its finger. My stomach clenched, and I nearly fled. But my habit of obedience whispered, "Rule 5. I forced my shaking fingers to tug the sheet over the statue until it was entirely covered. After checking the rest of them, I rushed for the door. "Knock," whispered Rule 2 in my head. As soon as I did, it was like a sigh went out of the room. I cast one final look back. The statues were all in their original positions.
Day 3.
A rule was broken. When the doorbell rang for the second delivery attempt, the driver shuffled his feet and asked, embarrassed,
Say, do you think I could use your bathroom real quick?"
After consulting the rules, I retrieved a mask from the foyer cloakroom. "Put this on."
"Oh, is there like a party or something?"
He laughed, turning over the elaborate mask. A goat that vaguely resembled his goateed face before putting it on.
"How do I look?"
I ushered him to the sitter's quarters bathroom. My only goal was to get him in and out. After a very quick few sounds, the toilet flushed, and he emerged, raving about the fluffiness of the hand towels. I escorted him back out the front door to his delivery truck, relieved to watch him drive away. Afterward, I delivered the package to the maze, then made myself tea while reading some of the notes written by the original caretaker. Judging by the ravings, they were in an old journal I'd found in the study. The man was quite insane. A common thread, various books and articles on the shelves detailed how members of the Kilgore family had gone mad or missing over the generations. And not only family. Supposedly, quite a few visitors had died mysteriously or disappeared, including a bride on her wedding day, reminding me of the ring I had seen on the marble finger of the hand reaching for me.
Most of the reason Kilgore Court is booked for weddings and events is because people hope to see the lights flicker or an apparition float by.
Pim told me yesterday, after I called about the statues.
And sometimes the staff oblige by tinkering with the electricity or wobbling the tables.
He'd insisted the moving statues was a hallucination, brought on by the hedge maze flora outside the long hall's windows, and advised that chamomile tea would mitigate the effect. I ignored the ringing as I finished my tea. Then I went to use the bathroom. I froze. A small black phone lay on the edge of the sink. Shit. I hissed, snatching it up. The ringing hadn't been the third attempt. I darted to the CCTV. On the screen, the driver was at the front door banging. He flung his hands up, and then walked down the porch steps and round to the garden. I rushed downstairs, scrambling to fasten my mask. A horrible feeling churned in the pit of my stomach. My feet flew over the marble floor as I dashed to the veranda and down the garden steps. At the bottom of the steps, I froze. The driver stood in the grass, keys dangling in his limp fingers, looking. I shut my eyes. Hey! Hey, you! Visitors are prohibited from being out here. The driver ignored me. I staggered forward until I reached him and grabbed hold of him. His body was rigid, as if rigor mortis had set in. It felt as if he had flexed steel for muscles. I tried to tug him, but a strangled sound came from his lips, a sort of chuckle. A stench made me gag. The man's bowels had loosened, and beneath the reek was something else, putrid, like old meat. I let go of him and dry heaved, and that's when I saw it, not looked at it. Thank God. I only glimpsed it from the corner of my eyes, because if I had really looked, I doubt I'd have been able to tear myself away. The gardener stood at my periphery, broad-shouldered and enormous, with a face far too long and slick, oily skin, like liquefied flesh. The driver was petrified, twitching and giggling, while the gardener took a lurching step forward. A sound between a bellow and a moan shook the air. I panicked, slipping on the wet grass, dropping the driver's phone and scrambling back, mostly navigating by feel until my knuckles slammed up against the veranda steps. I scrambled up, barely remembering to knock before entering and then dashing up to my quarters. I dialed Pim, hands shaking. Rule 1. I burst. Rule 1. He.
Slow down, Sam.
After listening to my babble, Pim interrupted with,
Let me check the veranda camera.
My fingers were already dancing over the keys, bringing up footage. The veranda camera only caught the back of the driver, still standing just as I had left him. Viewed from behind, as he gripped his keys and started, his posture taut as a hare about to bolt. Suddenly, he jerked the keys up to his face and jammed them into his eyes. I clapped a hand to my mouth.
Sam? Sam, are you there?
He's stabbing his own eyes. The keys kept jamming in and out.
Sam.
Pim's voice was cool, calming, as if speaking to a child.
What you see on your screen and what I see on my phone screen are different. They're different because you've just come out of the maze. Look out the window. Do you see anything in the driveway?
I tore my gaze away from the CCTV and looked out the window. No.
If the driver had blinded himself, his van would still be there. He obviously needs his eyeballs to drive.
Pim spoke dryly.
You're imagining things. Drink some chamomile tea, and then look at the cameras again. There's nothing there.
Oh. I bolted upright. Maybe that's him now.
Stop.
Pim almost yelped.
Rule 7. Third delivery.
Oh. I stammered, chastised.
That was too close. No slip-ups, Sam. Ever. Break a rule and we have to let you go. You won't have the money to move out of your parents' basement. They want you out, right?
How was it Pim Perrin knew about that? Had I mentioned it in the interview? Or... Of course. The address I put on my application was the same as my parents'. He was a very astute man, very exacting, like me. But whereas Pim was successful, I had failed at all my previous employment attempts, and at good relations with my family, because I am too rigid, too inflexible. I am only good at obeying rules. If I cannot succeed at this job, with its simple rules, then I can succeed at nothing. I drank the chamomile as Pim suggested, and, after collecting myself, set the grandfather clock and departed. There was no trace of the driver out front, only the tracks of the delivery van. Whatever I'd imagined I'd seen was too nightmarish to be real. But if I did not wish to be susceptible to the same influences that I suspect drove the original caretaker mad, I'd have to be careful to spend as little time in proximity to the garden as possible, confining myself mostly to the sitters' quarters.
House rules.
That night, I had a dream in which I stood in the study, and the pictures were much more vivid, each moving as if alive. As I reached out for the rules sign and flipped it over, on the reverse were explanations for each of the heretofore inexplicable rules. 1. Never look at the gardener. The sight induces unbound terror and madness. 2. Enter doors only after knocking. Unknocked doors lead to the bone closet. 3. The clocks need daily winding. Their chimes cast the veil. 4. House staff and visitors must mask. The skinless man stalks the unmasked. There is no escaping the skinless man. I woke in a cold sweat and hurried to scribble what I'd read before I could forget. It was only then that I noticed a hidden meaning embedded in the rules. A message designed, I was sure, by the same hand that painted all of those bizarre images that had wormed their way into my dreams. The mansion's original caretaker spent a lifetime exposed to the maze's hallucinogenic effects, and perhaps that worked permanently into his brain. As I suspected, it was beginning to work into mine. I took the first word of each rule and the punctuation and put them together to decipher his warning. Never enter the house. Every rule wrong. Only run. Leave. Depart. Nor did his warning end there. He embedded one more secret. The secret of what he believed to be the true nature of this grand old mansion. If you want to know what it is, just remove the numbers and read the first letter of each line. It had been 3 years since my family had last gone on vacation to Florida, something we did annually before the recession hit. Since we now had enough money, my parents decided, under the popular demand of my sister and I, that we go to Walt Disney World again. We were both teenagers, and our parents kind of saw this as a bit juvenile, but decided it would be fun anyway. I could not wait to finally go back, and neither could my sister. Being avid theme park goers as well, we were especially attracted to the creativity and the, well, magic, as one would say, about the rides there. They never got old, and had their share of nostalgia and excitement. However, there was one other reason I wanted to go. You normally associate Disney World with words such as excitement, fun, and happiness. But with these characterizations come counterbalances. After scrolling through OMG Facts one night, I came across a rather interesting fact. It was about an abandoned water park in WDW, apparently named River Country. I was absolutely appalled by this, since I had previously thought of Disney in a more idealistic and perfect way. The water park was directly on the shores of Bay Lake, being that huge, stagnant body of water adjacent to the Magic Kingdom. River Country was, and still is, on the same side as the theme park just mentioned, but right next to a resort called Walt Disney's Fort Wilderness Resort. Surrounding the water park on the resort side is a large green wall with signs dotting it. The place opened in 1976 and used water from Bay Lake in most of the park's attractions. It was very rustic and wilderness-based in design, and contained artificial rocks that resembled those used on another attraction, Big Thunder Mountain Railroad. There was a dam present to keep chunks of dirt and mud from getting into the water, too, so guests did not have to worry about swimming in an artificial bog created by water from the lake. It was open for 25 years, closing its doors in 2001. And in 2005, a statement released by Disney said the park would be closed for good. So, for about 11 years, River Country has been sitting abandoned. Nature is in its advanced stages of reclaiming the area, but the slide remains, and so do the artificial rocks, and the small pond, now a swamp, that was used for swimming. Many urban explorers have infiltrated the area, jumping over the wall to get footage of the abandoned water park. One of the most controversial things about the park nowadays is why it closed, which is what I was destined to find out. I wanted to see some real footage of the area before it closed as well, since from what I heard, it was very joyous and bustling with tourists, compared to its ghost town status today. I was without internet at the time, so about 2 days before we were planning to leave, I went to the local library, which archived many old videos that people in my community had dug up in their attics and donated to the library to be part of a small historical society, hoping that I might find some good footage I asked the librarian if they happen to carry any videos concerning family vacations. She nodded and brought me to a small section containing many old VCR cassettes and a few DVDs here and there. After about a half hour of searching, I finally came across a cassette with the words, "The Old-Fashioned Swimming Hole," inscribed on the top of it. This was a term used to describe river country during its glory days, so I took it, almost certain that it was the footage I was looking for. I asked the librarian if I could sign it out, but she told me that the historical videos had to stay in the library. I could, however, watch the video in a small conference room behind the front desk. The librarian led me into the windowless room, and I took a seat in front of the television. She left the room and closed the door, so that the audio would not disturb any of the other library patrons. I popped the cassette into the VCR under the TV, and turned the lights off so I could see the video better. I was expecting the quality to be low anyway. For about a half a minute or so, the screen was gray, and was accompanied with a loud beeping noise, typical for old VCR cassettes. The gray soon disappeared, showing footage of two individuals in front of the entrance to river country. They were both men, and it was either very late at night or very early in the morning, as nobody else was in the park. Very few of the water park's lights were on either. On the bottom left corner of the screen, the date, November 1st, 2001, was displayed. This was significant because the water park closed for good the very next day, on November 2nd. The two men were talking about how they had been denied entrance to the park in the morning, since it had reached its guest capacity limit. They also stated that at only these hours of the night could they get past the park security. The two walked up to the bigger water slides in the park, which led directly into the pond, supplied by the green water of Bay Lake. Once they both got to the top of the slide, which was encircled by artificial orange rocks, one man prepared to slide down. The two laughed over what seemed to be an inside joke, and finally, the cameraman ended up pushing his friend down. I heard him scream in delight as he descended to the pond. The cameraman then proceeded back the way they came to get to the slides, and across a bridge that traversed the small lagoon. He ended up back at the pond's shore, where the sound of a splash was heard. This is when the video started to unsettle me a little. After waiting at the shore of the pond for about 3 minutes, nobody surfaced. The cameraman began to cry his friend's name frantically and started to run back to get help at the Fort Wilderness Resort. He stopped abruptly, though, at what seemed to be the kiddie area, a small, shallow pond, on hearing a faint cough. He instantly turned around and saw a barely visible shadow about 10 or so feet behind him. Relieved, the cameraman started to approach his friend, glad that he was okay. But again, he abruptly halted. The friend's head was hanging down, and he slowly inched it up. The cameraman started to hyperventilate as the features of the other man's face began to show. Crimson, dry blood, was caked around his mouth, and some was even dripping off his chin. He was missing all the hair on his head as well. But one of the most disturbing parts of this image was that there were patches of skin missing that revealed parts of the man's skull and jawbone, and he was even missing his right eye, leaving an empty socket. I became severely nauseous at the sight of this, to the point where I was swallowing my own vomit. My heart also began to race as fear started to settle in my body. As the last minutes of the film approached, the horrendous figure muttered something that sounded like,
"There is no hope under the water."
With that, the cameraman ran for his life, wheezing and panicking throughout his ordeal. I wanted to turn the television off and run myself, so I bolted to the door leading out of the room. I reached for the doorknob, but paused. The television was giving off the sound of an old furnace found in the basement of a home, just in a softer tone. This tone, for some unknown reason, kept me from moving anywhere. I was just staring blankly at the television. The cameraman was still sprinting, but did not seem to be making any progress. He had ended up back at the large pond, where the slide had dumped his friend. You could hear him sobbing softly, fearing for his life. Suddenly, the tape began to gradually slow down, as the man frantically looked from side to side. The audio volume, along with the furnace sound, went up as the video lagged. Haltingly, the cameraman turned all the way around and shrieked at the sight of his friend. The video paused on this frame, exposing the caked blood all over the other man's face. The top of his skull was now completely exposed, his right eye still missing. His mouth was wide open, and coming from it was what looked like a combination of the water from Bay Lake and bile. This stayed on the screen for about 10 seconds, and switched to a black screen, displaying one single message.
"The epidemic begins today."
Instantly, the power went out, and I was left alone in the darkness of the conference room. I was terrified, as I could not see a thing. I couldn't see the door either. I began to shake. River Country had closed because of this. That was obvious. Disney World had been keeping a disgusting secret. I rushed to the other side of the room, disoriented. But all I felt was warm breath seeping down my neck, and the smell of bile. Every morning, my husband would wake up early and cook breakfast for us and our 2 kids. It was usually eggs and bacon, with some toast or biscuits or pancakes. We recently moved into a new 3-bedroom apartment in a much older part of the city, with this beautiful dark wood furniture already in it. Well, ever since, my husband seemed to have picked up a strange habit. He's always been a bit lazy with cleaning up after cooking, So I'd always have to take the used eggshells out of the carton and throw them away for him. After we moved into the new place, I was proud of him. There'd never be eggshells in the carton. So I'd assumed he'd taken the chance amid all the chaos to fix a few of his bad habits. Well, cue one random Tuesday morning. It was a work holiday at my office, but everyone else was out of the house. I decided to sweep and dust the place thoroughly, which we hadn't done since we'd moved in a month or so prior. I found a lot of dust bunnies and some coins and knickknacks. But, by far, the strangest thing I found was when I got to the wardrobe in our bedroom. It stood about 4 inches off the ground, on hand-carved clawed feet. When I peered under it, there was a lot of dust and spiderwebs, but behind it were eggshells. Admittedly, I jumped a little when I first saw them, but I pretty quickly realized, well, assumed, they were just regular eggshells, maybe 7 or 8. I swept them out from under the wardrobe and threw them away. I figured they were from the previous owner, though I was thoroughly confused by why they'd be there, of all places. I cleaned again the next weekend. This time, I found eggshells under the couch. Pale white, slightly bigger and slightly slimy. They must have been recent. That, and the fact I'd cleaned under the couch last time, ruled out the previous tenants as a source of the shells. I still wasn't sure I wanted to bring this up with my husband. It seemed too strange of a thing to do intentionally, so I racked my brain for other explanations. Maybe they got knocked under there unintentionally. But how would that happen a half a dozen times? Maybe they got dragged under there by an animal. But we didn't have pets. And, thankfully, no issues with rodents or other critters. Maybe one of our kids fished them out of the trash and put them there. But Zoe was too young to get into the trash can. She could barely walk yet. And Nick? Well, Nick could have done it. He was 7. But I still couldn't think of a motive. Over the following weeks, this happened several more times. Once it was in a dusty corner of the pantry, but both other times, it was the wardrobe again. I started getting increasingly curious, almost disturbed by the occurrences. It was part of my morning routine, before anyone else got up, to check under every piece of furniture and in the corner of every closet and pantry with a little pen light, to check for shells from the previous morning without being interrupted. It had gotten more frequent, pretty much every day. I was finding eggshells almost always under the wardrobe, nestled near the baseboard of the wall, not too far from the radiator. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to just watch my husband as he threw away the eggshells from breakfast. Since now that we moved across the city, my commute was twice as long, and I had to leave before breakfast was ready. Finally, I decided to just confront him about it, since it was increasingly bothering me. Was this some sort of prank? A strange compulsion? Just his way of getting back at me for always complaining about the eggshells. Surely he knew that I knew, since I'd been cleaning them up every morning from under the wardrobe. When he got home from his job one day, I gave him some time to relax, then strode into the bedroom with him and shut the door. We need to talk about the eggshells." He gave me a little smile and looked up at me.
"So, you noticed?"
Of course I noticed. I described to him my annoyance, and how after the first few times, I didn't really find it funny that he left raw eggshells all over the house. In fact, I didn't really find it funny the first few times either. I told him to knock it off and stop the wardrobe thing.
"Under the wardrobe?"
Came his confused reply.
"I finally took the time to start throwing away my eggshells, since I knew it had always bothered you when I left them in the tray. That's what I was talking about. What on earth are you talking about?"
I was speechless. "So, you haven't been leaving eggshells all over the house? Almost every morning I've been finding them. Under the wardrobe mostly. But I found them in the closets, in the pantry, in my bookshelf, in laundry piles. Hell, even under the blankets of our bed. If this is some sort of prank, you've definitely gotten me good." His look of confusion was amplified.
"Who do you think? Could Nick be doing it? Or is this some sort of prank on me?"
It can't be Nick. He's too squeamish around raw eggs. I tried testing the waters to see if it was him. He wouldn't even bring me an uncracked egg when I was baking cupcakes. Nick had always been a germaphobe, so his unwillingness to touch raw eggs didn't strike me as an act.
"Are there any shells under there from this morning?"
I had never considered checking under the wardrobe in the evening, so I did. I dropped to my knees and peered under it. And nothing.
"What about the other places?"
Intrigued, I grabbed my penlight. I'd been finding something every morning for the last week, so if there were any shells, I was sure I'd find them. I checked all the usual places. Nothing. I checked the kids' beds, the kitchen cabinets, under the fridge. Still not a sign of eggshells. They must be moved there overnight, I said, puzzled. I had never connected this to the eggshells, but I started noticing this odd skittering noise in the middle of the night. I would awaken, usually between midnight and 2 a.m., to a strange clicking, like claws on the hardwood floor. It would go away after a second, so I assumed it was the house settling, or maybe a ceiling fan downstairs rattling the floorboards. Rodents had been an early thought of mine, but a call to the previous tenants and a knock at my neighbors' doors confirmed nobody had ever had issues with mice, and we'd never noticed food going missing, holes being gnawed, or droppings. I couldn't understand why mice would move eggshells around, but it was the most likely explanation I had. So I put out some humane cage traps with lures. One night, I woke up and heard the skittering again. This time, I grabbed my penlight and walked out into the kitchen. I shone it around, but the skittering faded off and stopped. On the way back to bed, on a whim, I peered under the wardrobe. At first, I thought I saw the shells again, but then I realized I was mistaken. They were uncracked, whole eggs. My curiosity turned to shock, then to revulsion, as I realized they weren't ordinary eggs. They were larger, more rounded, slightly moist, and slightly translucent. I could even see darkish blobs floating inside them. It took all of my self-control to not scream in horror, but I jumped and slammed my head into a shelf in the open per usual wardrobe. It woke up my husband, who came to his senses instantly, jumped out of bed, and asked if I was okay. I held on to the part of my head that I'd hit, wincing in pain, but managed to gesture under the wardrobe with the penlight. After looking at my head to make sure it wasn't bleeding, he cautiously peered under the wardrobe with the flashlight.
"Oh my God,"
I heard him say. We whispered for a few minutes, unsure what to do. We couldn't think of any animals that laid eggs like that. We knew we needed to get rid of them, but didn't know where to put them, or how to pick them up. We certainly weren't going to touch them. I shuddered to think of all the times I'd touched those shells with my bare hands. Once they'd mostly dried, my skin crawled as I realized whatever was hatching from those had done so possibly hundreds of times under that wardrobe. We settled on using a dinner plate and a spatula to gather up the eggs, and walked them downstairs and dumped them in the dewy grass. My husband had suggested throwing them off the balcony, but I didn't like the idea of killing whatever was growing in those eggs, despite not knowing what it was. What if they were something cute? They were not something cute. The next night was by far the most horrifying night of my life. I'm going to warn you up front. You might want to just stop here if you've experienced something similar long ago in your life, because you'd rather not know what it actually was. But here goes nothing. I'd felt a bit on edge ever since last night. I'd struggled to sleep at all. So I grabbed an iced coffee from the fridge and pulled an all-nighter writing in my journal about what had been happening and how my life was going. As the sun rose, I started feeling a little silly and figured the eggs were something innocuous, though I still didn't have the slightest clue what. I went to work, albeit with a bad headache, and everything seemed fine. I didn't bring up the eggs with my coworkers, since they would probably think I was crazy, or be grossed out and suggest something drastic, like fire. Maybe I should have considered that route. That night, I checked the house for eggs, then went to sleep, and was awoken by the usual skittering. This time, though, it was followed up by a muffled metallic clang and much more violent skittering. My heart skipped a beat. The trap must have caught some sort of animal in the house. I considered rousing my husband, but I figured I'd be brave. I took the penlight and peered cautiously around the door. The island counter blocked my view of the trap. As I carefully circumnavigated the counter, I caught a glimpse of the trap and screamed. It held a spider-like creature about the size of a rat, or a small dinner plate if you counted its legs. I dropped the light in shock, and it broke, engulfing the room in darkness. I heard more skittering behind me, and a hiss from the monster in the trap. My eyes were still adjusting to the darkness, but I could see movement out of the corner of my eye. I squared off with one of the creatures, which had its legs bent, as if it was about to leap straight at me. Looking around frantically, I realized my only remaining option: up. I grabbed the cord to the attic door and pulled. Something soft and light fell on my head and rolled off my back. But I grabbed the ladder and yanked it down, never taking my eyes off the spider thing. Its eyes glowing in the faint moonlight. I scrambled up the ladder to the attic, and the last thing I remember is seeing hundreds, maybe thousands, of tiny pinpricks of light blinking. Kids are such bizarre, creepy little monsters. I had one tiny gremlin ask me recently if Satan's birthday is Halloween just like Jesus's is Christmas. Because I am a good grown-up, I said, "Sure, that's why we collect candy for the big birthday bash." The kid in question is my daughter, by the way. Probably should mention that. Her real name is Astrid, but I'm not sure if she knows that because I usually address her as Girl. Girl, put some panties on. Girl, who's ready for kindergarten? Not you. Where are your clothes? Girl finds clothing restrictive and prefers to prance around the apartment au natural. A real chip off the old block. But it gets to be a problem when they're old enough for kindergarten. I've tried telling her that only wild animals run around naked. Like wolves? She asked. Wolves are her favorite animal. I should have answered that they show up each morning to the pack in suits and ties for their morning howl. Instead, I said, "No, wolves do not wear clothes." Girl is now running naked around my home howling. I finally convinced her to put some clothes on by reminding her that today is Satan's birthday. Technically, it's tomorrow, but since today is a school day, we are celebrating with her class. Girl's kindergarten class is commemorating the holiday by marching to the nursing home to terrorize those who are closest to death. I have been told not to phrase it this way, and that it is better to refer to them as grandmas and grandpas. In order to keep an eye on Girl while she and her fellow wildlings hold the elderly hostage for candy, I have volunteered to chaperone. I am going dressed as a good parent. Business casual, neatly styled hair, pleasant smile, and even temper. Probably a PTA member. Definitely not a parent who is raising a feral girl. Feral girl will go as a wolf. When we arrive at the school, the screams and wails alert me to the fact that everything is perfectly normal because children are all rabid meerkats. I am given a clipboard with 7 names. I shepherd my little dumplings into a line for the 2 blocks to the nursing home. I cannot remember the names of these 7 little terrors, so I try to monitor by costume. Pumpkin, SpongeBob, Unicorn, Raggedy Orphan, Death, Spider-Man, Witch, and of course, Wolf, whose slavering snarls indicate she is now werewolf. Honestly, the costumes are not great. Pumpkin is flat and deflated, like the last gourd of the season. Unicorn's horn needs some Viagra. Spider-Man is the most convincing, tumbling around the sidewalk and spraying silly string as webbing. The other ducklings cry out, and I have to intervene, and consequently it now looks like my costume is spaghetti. Death is utterly silent, and very much a method actor. Occasionally, he swings around a shiny scythe that does not look PTA approved. I tell him that if he's not careful with that thing, I'm going to take it from him. And he gives me a long stare. I point 2 fingers to my eyes and back at him. Then, Raggedy Orphan bites said fingers, which is how I learn those rags actually indicate zombie. The words that come out of my mouth do not match my good parent costume, and all the bad little children giggle. And now here we are, parting the doors into the lobby where smiling old folks sit with buckets of candy, and I unleash the horde. Within seconds, Spider-Man is climbing the furniture. On brand. But I have to haul him off. "Put me down, Vulture," he yells. And I can't help but wonder if this is a dig at my age. Pumpkin immediately needs to pee, but she's struggling with her costume. I tell Werewolf to help her undress. My feral girl is, after all, an expert. But girl misinterprets my directions. I spot her dancing around outside of her costume like a peeled banana. So I plunge into the chaos, like an old vulture wading into the midst of frenzying hyenas. Snatch the hands of Girl and Pumpkin and drag them to the restroom. When I return, I find the remaining children have collected around a dozing old man in an armchair. The 6 little hellions are laying candy on him like some kind of offering for Satan's birthday. Death is at the front, trying to put quarters on his eyes. I announce that we need to let him sleep and shoo them away like a flock of piranhas from fresh meat, and then approach the old man, who lounges with his head tipped back, mouth open. Some little imp even put a gummy worm in his open mouth. What if he chokes on it? So I take the worm out and take the quarters off. His skin is cold. Girl tugs at my arm. Complains her costume is itchy. I tell her it's time to head home. I am a model good parent, as I shepherd all my little hobgoblins out the door. On the way, telling the staff they will need to contact an ambulance, and likely the funeral home. My hands are only shaking a little. I deposit them all back at the school. Pumpkin, SpongeBob, Unicorn, Zombie, Spider-Man, Witch, Werewolf. Is anyone missing? No, the teacher informs me. All 7 accounted for. It's only later, as I'm patting myself on the back for a challenging day of parenting, and ranking all the costumes on a quadrant chart in my head from hardest to poop in to most likely to be sexy if worn by Timothy Chalamet, that I remembered that there was an 8th. Damn it. I knew I should have taken that scythe away from him. Not sure if this is the right place to post this story, but it's way too creepy not to share it. A friend of mine was at my house, browsing the dark web with Tor. Don't ask what he was doing there. When he came across a site that supposedly showcased banned content from the regular web, like gruesome crime scene photos and such. Anyway, he searched around for a while when he came across a story with an audio clip that he thought looked cool. So he started listening, figuring it would be nothing special. Until he heard it. The more he listened, the more upset he became. Suddenly, he stood up, took off the headphones, and threw them on the desk. He looked really shaken. I asked him what was wrong. He said, "That damn audio file." So now, of course, I wanted to hear it myself. But he quickly deleted the sound file and closed Tor. I asked what was so bad about it, and he said it was like hearing a real-life snuff tape. Only this was an entire group of people, including young kids. I said it was fake, and he yelled back, "No, this shit is totally real." He quickly left, but forgot he saved the story. So I sat down and read it. This is the actual text, copied and pasted exactly as is. A real creepypasta. I'm still afraid to listen to the audio myself, if I could ever find it. I did find a short movie based on the tape that shows a police photo of the real tape, and it even plays a tiny piece of the actual audio at the end. It gives the town a fake name and changes some of the other stuff too. But doesn't matter. It still sends shivers down my spine every time I watch it. Supposedly, the actual tape is much more disturbing.
The Dark Afternoon Incident. Real or Hoax? Editorial by Associated Press. For immediate release.
As a journalist, I've investigated everything from political corruption to celebrity scandals to international cybercrime. But never have I come across something so bizarre and deeply disturbing as a simple audio tape. I received it at work from my late aunt's estate, whose possessions were divided amongst remaining family members after her death. Of everything she had, only one item was personally requested to go to a specific family member: me. It was a small box containing a tape labeled The Dark Afternoon. I could not understand why she wanted me to have the tape and no one else. Underneath it, I saw a note scribbled in her handwriting. My aunt wrote that the tape was an actual emergency recording made from the dispatch unit at the small town police station she once worked at in the early 1970s. The last sentence made the point that she personally knew a few of the callers on the tape. I thought, so what? I soon found out. Curious, I played it. An hour later, I was shaking. Literally. It was, without a doubt, the single most disturbing thing I have ever heard. It's something that gets under your skin in a way I cannot describe. And I've seen plenty of gruesome things during my career. I've covered wars, crimes, you name it. Much is hard to stomach, but this was different. Maybe it's the more intimate way you listen to it, or the loud, in-your-ear, blood-curdling screams. I don't know. It begins with harsh static, which is broken by a call from a citizen of the tiny town, which I will not name here, to report a dark, featureless form was outside their house, standing there, watching, unmoving. The dispatcher tells the caller that it's most likely some kid playing a prank. When a knock sounds on the caller's front door, here, the line goes dead. Creepy, but nothing extraordinary. Then it happens. Call after call pours in. People all over town report the same dark forms have appeared everywhere. When the dispatcher tried to reassure them, it was nothing to be alarmed about. The callers insist there's something ominous going on and request an officer come by as soon as possible. But with only one officer in the town, there wasn't much that could be done. The callers report the figures were no longer standing there, but closing in on them. You hear pounding on doors, windows shattering, sinister laughter, etc. You also hear sheer panic and terror in the callers' voices as this was happening. It's very disturbing. Then gruesome, bizarre things happen to each one. Things I don't wish to recount. Finally, there's static until the tape runs out. All you're left with is a mental picture of what you think might have happened. Your own imagination is always worse than any photo or video. I told myself it must be a hoax, just a spooky ghost tape made to scare unsuspecting listeners. As a journalist, I know there's no way a town in 20th century America besieged by ominous things, resulting in numerous deaths, would not make the news. Then a thought occurred to me. Could it be real? Maybe my aunt wanted me to hear it, to investigate it, and expose everything on the tape in order to prove it did happen. And that's what I did. After checking, it turns out this small town did, in fact, experience an industrial accident that unfortunately took several lives one afternoon during the early 1970s. Friends and family were told by authorities that the bodies of the victims were contaminated and not able to be claimed for burial. And they were right. They could not be claimed, not because of contamination, but because none of the victims were ever found. No town, state, or federal records reveal that any bodies were ever removed from the town. They just vanished. A deeper question now arose. Did the number, gender, and ages of the people killed in the so-called accident correspond in any way to the callers heard on the tape? Every last one. This was no hoax or accident. It was something else, and my aunt knew it. Needless to say, when I presented the recording and my findings to my press editors, they were more than a little skeptical. However, they were even more worried about the legal ramifications that might result from the town and state's present authorities, if they ever knew what I uncovered, I knew then and there they would never let me publish it. But that doesn't mean no one could hear it. That's what the dark web is for. Containing some of the most twisted things the human mind can come up with. Red rooms, murder cams. The dark web is a place of anonymity. A place where both users and the sites they visit can remain hidden. So, it was here that I uploaded the audio, in hopes that someone, somewhere, can finally shed light on what really happened on that dark afternoon. Do I really want to know? I barged through my front door and sprinted up the stairs. I made a run for the bedroom door before kicking it open. I know he's in here, goddammit. Where are you hiding him this time? I screamed. My wife, Susan, was shocked to see me back from work and was sitting in bed reading a book. I don't know what you are talking about, honey. I've been here all morning. I could tell from the red glow on my wife's cheeks and the beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, she was doing more than reading a book. I know that scumbag is here. I can still smell his stinking aftershave. I grabbed the blankets and ripped them off the bed. Susan tried her best to cover her naked body. It's 2 p.m. Why are you in bed naked? Susan looked like a rabbit caught in headlights. She stuttered as her brain tried to make up a plausible answer. I began tearing the room apart, when suddenly I heard the sound of labored breathing coming from inside the closet. I felt a rage of red mist descend upon me before whipping open the closet doors. As I drove back to work, I couldn't get the image of Mason Bradley and his fat gut on top of my wife. Intrusive thoughts about my wife's infidelities permeated my mind as I drove my truck. At 37, my life wasn't where I expected it to be. My dreams of running my own company were as broken as the beat-up pickup truck I used to drive to work. My truck rumbled up to the gates of the steel mill. The security guard at the gate barely acknowledged my existence as the truck roared past him. As I turned into the car park, I noticed my boss, Big Ed, waiting for me. As I got out of my truck, Big Ed came scurrying over. For a man who ran $1 million company, he always looked as if he was out panhandling for his next meal. His pants were 2 sizes too big, and he wore the same t-shirt every day.
What are you doing tomorrow, Jack?
I hated how Big Ed spoke to me. He had a habit of spitting after every sentence, and would sometimes spit directly at me. I was gonna surprise my wife tomorrow and take her somewhere nice. Big Ed hitched his slacks up into his gut.
Listen here now, Jack. My car has been giving me some trouble, and I need you to service her.
Couldn't you get someone else to do it? I could tell he was getting annoyed with my attitude.
If you want your job Monday, you will do what you're told.
He had me over a barrel, and knew I couldn't afford to lose the only job the town had to offer. I'll be over first thing in the morning. I arrived at Ed's dilapidated mansion. Ed was outside with his car, swooning over her like it was some beautiful young woman. His face lit up as he ran his hands over the bonnet of the truck.
"Be gentle with her. She's all I got,"
said Ed. Ed looked slightly smarter than his usual unkempt manner. "You got a date, Ed?"
"When the cats are away, the mice will play,"
said Ed as he gave me a mischievous wink. Ed pulled a red handkerchief from his back pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead.
"I see one scratch on her, and I will snap your neck."
I was weary from a long day babysitting Ed's car. All I wanted to do was throw my feet up and have a nice cold beer. I stepped in my front door and was suddenly hit by a familiar smell. It smelt like Big Ed's nasty cologne, but I was too tired to take much notice. My body ached as I grabbed a beer from the kitchen before collapsing onto my chair. As I sat there, sipping beer and reevaluating my life's predicaments, I noticed something sticking from the armrest of my couch. I walked over and picked up the red piece of cloth. The same red piece of cloth Big Ed used to wipe the beady sweat from his grubby forehead. I unfolded the cloth, and to my dismay, there was Ed's name embroidered in the hanky. I was heartbroken and furious. I knew what it meant, and all I wanted to do was tear the house down with my bare hands. But I knew better than to let my anger get the best of me. My eyes welled up as I sped down the country road. I turned the radio up, full blast, to drown out my intrusive thoughts. I was too embroiled in a battle with my consciousness to notice the dark figure walking in the middle of the road. By the time I noticed it, it was too late. I slammed on the brakes and covered my eyes before the car came to a halt. To my relief, I couldn't find any signs of someone injured. I convinced myself stress was making me go crazy. As I tried jumping back into my truck, I heard someone approaching from behind.
"Having trouble, buddy?"
I felt a cold chill up my spine. Something was telling me to run, but my legs had turned to jelly from fear. A dark figure stepped out from the shadows of the looming trees overhead. I thought I had hit someone with my truck, I nervously explained. I couldn't make out who I was talking to. All I could see was an outline of a tall, dark figure.
"I hear you're having trouble with your wife."
Do I know you? Suddenly, the dark figure came into focus, revealing an old man. He took something from his pocket before handing it to me. I couldn't believe my eyes. It was Big Ed's red handkerchief. How did you... I began stuttering.
"What is it you desire?"
asked the old man. Suddenly, a strange feeling swept over me. A feeling of intense euphoria crept up from my toes, flooding my brain. I wish every man who sleeps with my wife would get sick and die a slow, painful death. The words seemed to come out of my mouth as if someone else was speaking. Suddenly, everything began to spin, and before I knew it, I was back in my truck. I reluctantly drove into work after spending a night in a dingy motel. All I wanted to do was punch Big Ed in his fat face. But with my marriage on the rocks, I knew I couldn't afford it. When I arrived, I was surprised to see Mason Bradley wasn't at his station. I didn't give it much thought, until I saw Big Ed coming from the bathroom, looking like death warmed up. "Hey, Ed, you don't look so good." Ed stood there, looking pale as a ghost, trying to keep the contents of his stomach from ejecting from his mouth.
"I think it's something I ate,"
he explained as I took a step back from him. "Has this anything to do with Bradley being out?" I asked.
"Yeah, he was too sick to make it in today. Must be a bug doing the rounds."
Over the next few days, I watched Big Ed get weaker, until there was no sign of him. I had gotten word that Mason Bradley had died, and from what I was told, Big Ed wasn't far behind. Since Big Ed wasn't in, we knocked off early. As I drove home, I stopped at the local gas station to pick up some beers. Phil, the owner, was at the counter looking like he was about to pass out. "You all right, Phil? You're looking a little pale there, buddy." Phil covered his mouth, trying his best not to puke all over the counter. "I'm not doing well after picking up this bug that's going around." It couldn't be, I thought to myself, as I suddenly remembered the strange encounter I had the other night. The one I was sure was just a strange dream. "You look after yourself, Phil, and get yourself to a doctor." "Will you give my love to that beautiful wife of yours, and tell her I'll drop over her magazines once I feel better?" said Phil, before dashing for the bathroom. As I pulled into my driveway, I noticed Mrs. Stevens standing outside her house looking distraught. "What's wrong, Ann?" I asked. "It's Mike. They took him to the hospital." "Who took him?" Mrs. Stevens was too distraught to get her words out. "Men in hazmat suits." I felt the familiar feeling of despair rise from the pit of my stomach. Who else got sick? Bob. Tony from across the road. The guy who delivers the milk. They're dropping like flies. Days went by, and news of men getting sick and dying all over town continued to trickle in. Suddenly, I was hit with the realization that the man I met a few weeks ago wasn't a figment of my imagination. I wrestled with the guilt of everyone dying and the heartbreak of my wife's infidelity. I didn't want people dying, and if this was my fault, I needed to fix it. I got in my truck and began driving the same road as before. I was overwhelmed with the thoughts of people dying and the guilt and grief it brought with it. As I drove, I suddenly spotted the old man sitting by the roadside. I slammed on the brakes and jumped from my truck. I ran to the old man before dropping to my knees. "Please, I beg you, whatever you've done, you need to take it back." The old man gave me a confused look.
But it was what you desired. Why would you want to take it back?
I was upset, but I didn't want people to die. Please, it's not what I desire. I cried. The old man put his hand on my shoulder.
What is it you truly desire?
All I want is my wife to love me and only me. I begged. Suddenly, I was overcome with that same feeling of euphoria. My world began to spin before I was suddenly back in my truck, and the old man was nowhere to be seen. As I walked in my front door, Susan was standing there waiting for me. She had a look on her face I had never seen before. She ran and threw her arms around me before kissing me passionately. I love you so much, Jack. Can you please forgive me? Of course I forgive you. I always do. My wife's face lit up, and for the first time, I could feel a genuine sense of love from her, a feeling I always desired. From now on, you're the only man I want and need, she said as she led me upstairs to the bedroom. That night, we made passionate love, as if we were the only two people that existed in the world. After we finished, we spent the rest of the night cuddling and planning for a better future together. The following morning, I woke up with a splitting headache. As the days followed, I was stuck to the toilet, puking my guts up. As I got weaker, the terrifying realization of the first wish hit me like a ton of bricks. I write this as I'm in the final throes of death, as a warning to others. Be careful what you wish for. When I was young, I developed a love for plush. Large, small, velveteen, cotton. No stuffed animals were off limits. I received one on every gift-giving occasion. Before long, I had quite the collection. Though I loved all of my stuffed animals, one in particular stood out above the rest. One grew to be my favorite. My pet cat, Harvey, died when I was 10 years old. I never really paid much attention to him, having always preferred plush to the real thing. Despite this, his death hit me pretty hard. I regretted neglecting to give him the love and attention he deserved, so much that I cried for almost the whole day when he passed. Luckily, Plush came to my rescue. My mom came home from work a little later than usual. She more than likely followed the sound of sniffling to find me in my room. Upon seeing her, I was overjoyed. In her hands was another stuffed animal to add to my vast collection. A cat, no less. She said she picked it up at the corner store near her office. It was sewn together with an unusual fabric, and it had 2 different-sized buttons for eyes, with no mouth or nose. Its odd appearance gave it a healthy dose of character. It was perfect. I named my new friend Harvey, after the cat I had lost. After a short while, I forgot all about the real Harvey, and fell in love with the stuffed version. It was always there for me whenever I felt sad, distressed, or simply needed a friend to play with. I would take Harvey to bed with me every night. He was my best friend for a time. Only one thing could drive a wedge between our friendship: adulthood. I lived with my parents until the age of 23. This is when I graduated from college and decided to move into my own place. My apartment complex was a couple of towns over, so I wanted to minimize the amount of trips it would take to transport my things. As such, I sat in my room for an entire day, going through everything I had ever owned. It was no small task, but it would be worth it in the long run. After going through almost all of my belongings and filling up 3 large trash bags, I moved on to my final task: the enormous pile of stuffed animals in the corner of my room. It would take 2 trips to transport these alone. Luckily, I had a better idea in mind. Without hesitation, I began shoving every stuffed animal I could see into bags. The things that used to mean so much to me would soon be heading for the town dump. I didn't care, after all. I was a grown woman. I had just graduated from college, got a decent job, and was moving out on my own. Plush had no place in my life anymore. After filling up a couple of large trash bags, I came across one stuffed animal that stopped me in my tracks. There, at the bottom of the pile, was Harvey. I had forgotten all about him. Good old Harvey, my best friend and protector. He would chase away my nightmares and eliminate my sadness, no matter how I was feeling or what the reason was behind it. A warm smile danced across my face upon remembering all the good times I'd had with him. I supposed that keeping just one stuffed animal wouldn't hurt. I took Harvey for myself and threw out the rest. He would be a keepsake from my old home, a reminder of my childhood. After a long week of paperwork and signatures, I was finally the proud owner of my own place. I moved in quickly and set up most of my things within a day. I enjoyed the process of arranging and rearranging my new home. It was exciting, knowing that I had finally entered what my parents and teachers had always warned me about: the real world. In reality, there was nothing to be scared of. You just had to know how to operate on your own and handle the hardships that sometimes came your way. So far, so good, I thought. I had unpacked everything of mine by nightfall. After all was said and done, I decided to lie down on my new couch and take a nap. I was exhausted. Unfortunately for me, upon closing my eyes, I heard a loud bang come from over in the kitchen. I jumped up abruptly, wondering if someone had broken into my new apartment on my first day settled in. I crept over, slowly, so as not to alert the intruder of my presence. With each step I took, a new knot would make its way into my gut. By the time I reached the point where I would have to turn the corner, a flurry of butterflies called my stomach home. each one fluttering at a nauseating pace. I knew what I had to do to quell the panic. I bolted around the corner, ready to fight off any would-be attacker. I found no such thing. There, on the kitchen floor, was a box. A few feet away from it was Harvey. A wave of relief came over me. I had left him in one of the boxes. It fell over, creating the loud noise. That's all it was. Thank goodness. I picked up Harvey and threw him in the box. I placed it back on the kitchen counter, this time in a spot where it would not fall over and disrupt my slumber. I then made my way to my new bed and fell onto it, falling back asleep almost instantly. While resting, I dreamt. In my dream, I was a small child. I was at a birthday party for one of my friends, at a carnival, in the middle of a clearing in the woods. My dream self couldn't make heads or tails over how I had arrived there, but I enjoyed the festivities anyway. Aside from the location, there was one glaring absurdity in this dream. Harvey was there. Not the plush cat, mind you. The real one. He was alive and well, and refused to leave my side. I went to go get some cotton candy, and he was there. I went to see a magician perform, and he was there. I even took a ride on the Ferris wheel, and Harvey came up with me. It was actually nice to see him alive again. At first. Harvey came over with me to one of the tents to watch me play a game. I had 3 tries to knock over a stack of milk bottles with a pellet gun. My first and second tries were unfruitful. On my 3rd try, however, I managed to successfully hit one of the bottles at the base of the pile, causing them all to tumble over. That is when I heard screaming. I turned around to see what all of the commotion was about. Behind me was every single person at the carnival, huddled around and staring in my direction with troubled expressions. One man even held his hat to his chest in dismay. I followed their line of sight behind me. This is when my dream became a nightmare. I saw Harvey. He was lying in a pool of blood where the bottles had been. My heart raced as tears ran down my cheeks. He's dead, and I killed him. But how? Before the guilt could set in, the man running the tent came over to me with a huge grin on his face. He handed me a plush kitten. It was Harvey, the stuffed version. An inanimate object, of course, but I could feel his button eyes glaring at me in disgust. Dread and confusion overtook me, but I was soon distracted by the sound of movement. Looking back, I saw that everyone in the carnival had surrounded me. They were completely silent, but their eyes spoke. I was offered an unforgiving, collective stare that I will never forget. They inched closer and closer until I finally woke up. The dream was over, but the fear had only begun. Upon waking, I heard more sounds coming from the kitchen. I jumped up out of bed and ran out there as fast as I could, unwilling to indulge in the nervousness of a slow approach again. What I found when I arrived was strange. Cabinets were open, things had fallen to the floor, and the box I had left on the counter was turned upside down. But there was no one there. The door to my apartment was still locked. Unable to explain my kitchen's messy state, I ran back to my bedroom. Just to be safe, I locked myself in. After making sure the door was secure, I walked over to my bed, hoping to lie down and collect my thoughts. That's when my blood ran cold. Resting on the center of the bed was a plush cat. It was Harvey. Was I being punished for neglecting my cat as a child, or for throwing out my collection of stuffed animals? Did Harvey really want my attention this badly? No, of course not. These things can't happen. I walked over to the bed and picked Harvey up. I looked at him with a smile, remembering the good memories we shared together. He had always been there for me, no matter what. Even if he somehow had come to life, there's no way he would cause me any harm. I set Harvey back down on the bed, but noticed a cool sensation on my fingers. He was damp. But from what? I ran over to my bedside table and turned on the lamp. It was blood. Blood stains covered Harvey and the bed sheets below him. But how? As I pondered and questioned my own sanity, my adrenaline tapered off, allowing me to feel a slight sting in my back. The pain grew fiercer with each passing moment. I walked over to my mirror and lifted my shirt. What I saw defied all reason. There were scratch marks. I wanted to save lives. It's why I became a trauma surgeon, so that I could save people and give them a second chance or a hope of recovery. I wanted to save lives. Now, I just want to forget. About a month ago, I got a call about a patient in need of urgent care. Some asshole on a motorcycle had run a red light and hit a pedestrian outside of a bar. The idiot on the donor cycle was dead, but the pedestrian survived. He was circling the drain, but he was still alive. I got there about as fast as I could and immediately got prepped for surgery. The patient had suffered numerous fractures from the impact, severe internal bleeding, and one hell of a concussion. I was going to need to stop that bleeding and set their broken bones. I'd hate to call something like that routine, since it technically wasn't routine. But I'd dealt with this kind of thing before. The patient in question was sedated and waiting for me when I walked into the operating room. Just looking at them, I knew that I had my work cut out for me. I could barely see their face underneath all of that blood. They looked to be a young man, somewhere in his mid to late 20s, and he had a fairly fit physique. I figured that if we could maybe stop the bleeding, then he might just have a half-decent chance of pulling through. So that was my first priority. Some shrapnel from the crash had penetrated the patient's abdomen, so I started there. I cut gently, only wide enough to remove the shrapnel and try to stop the bleeding. We had hooked up an IV to transfuse fresh blood into him to keep him alive, along with something to help his blood clot. So far, it seemed to be working, and I was able to get most of the shrapnel out before I finally noticed that something else was wrong with him. I first noticed them clinging to some of the pieces of shrapnel. At first, I thought they were just bits of tissue, but bits of tissue didn't move like that. They didn't writhe like that. These were something else. Something alive. Just looking at them, they almost resembled some kind of thin, stringy worm. And once I saw them, I knew I needed to investigate further. Something was living inside of him, and I had to find out what. The patient was somewhat more stable than he'd been when we started, and after making sure that his bleeding was under control, I took a closer look at his shrapnel wounds. I've heard some surgeons use the term cut and paste before. It's not the most common term out there, but I have heard it. A cut and paste, also known as a peek and shriek to some, is when a surgeon gets a patient on the table, opens them up, and finds that there's nothing they can do. There's no saving them from the inevitable. The only thing you can do is stitch them back up and prepare to deliver the bad news to the next of kin. It's a heavy feeling, realizing that you can't help the person you're standing over, the person you're supposed to save. But sometimes there truly is nothing that you can do. Either the injuries are too severe, or their illness has progressed too far. As a surgeon, you learn to live with it. You don't like it, but you do the best you can and make your peace with that. I can deal with the deaths. I can accept when I've done the best I can to save someone and failed. But the things I saw as I explored those wounds, the things I found writhing inside that patient's guts, the things that were living inside of him, I couldn't accept those. Once I disturbed them, they started to come out. I could see them slithering out through his wounds. Large, thin worms. Most of them far longer than the ones I'd found on the pieces of shrapnel I'd pulled out of the patient. I'd never seen anything like them before. And judging by the screams of the other doctors in the room with me, they clearly hadn't either. The worms were coming out of him. They pushed through his wounds, and I could hear some of them plopping wetly to the floor as they writhed and squirmed. All the while, the patient's broken body lay motionless on the operating table, only twitching as the worms tore through him, making the tears in his flesh wider as they escaped him. I didn't need to tell the other doctors in the room to leave. They ran the moment they saw his stomach tear open and watched more of those worms come spilling out of him. As they did, all I could do was stand and watch in horror. I backed toward the door, my hands trembling as the worms twisted on the ground. I looked back up at the patient on the table. His vitals indicated that he was still alive. All of this, and somehow he was still alive. I didn't know how he could possibly still be alive. He had lost so much blood, and now, what those worms had done to him, there was no way he could have survived it. He should have been dead. But his vitals didn't lie. I watched the patient's body twitch and froze, looking up at him. Part of me still felt obligated to help him, obligated to save him somehow, although I didn't even know where to begin with saving him, assuming he could even be saved. He twitched, and I saw his eyes opening. For a moment, I thought that somehow the anesthesia was wearing off, and he was waking up. But no. As I soon realized, this was something else entirely. The patient lifted his head slightly, and his eyes fixated on me. I stared back at him, frozen to the spot in terror. And then I heard the crack of his skull breaking. His vitals flatlined, but his head remained slightly lifted. His eyes were still locked onto me. Part of his head seemed to come undone, as if the skull underneath had shattered, and only his skin was holding it together. His eyes rolled back into his skull before he finally collapsed. And a moment later, I saw something crawling up onto his face. Some other bug. This one, ivory white. It wasn't a worm like the others were. This thing was more like a cross between an isopod and a house centipede, with long, spindly legs and a thick shell. I could feel its beady little eyes on me, watching me, and I swear I could see it thinking, sizing me up, deciding if I was right for it. Then, quick as lightning, it raced toward me. My heart skipped a beat, and finally I ran, bolting through the door behind me and slamming it shut. I heard the isopod thing thud against the door, and as I backed away, I saw it climbing up toward the window. It seemed to stare at me for a moment, before crawling up toward the ceiling and disappearing. Needless to say, we put the hospital in quarantine. Both I and the other doctors who had been in the room with me spent 3 days in isolation, getting tested over and over again to make sure we didn't have any trace of those parasites, whatever the hell they were, in our bodies. Then after that came the interviews. First, the police spoke to us. Then, some kind of specialist spoke to us, asking us to go over the details over and over again. We told them everything we knew, and they said they'd be in touch if they needed us for anything. And that was it. That was 1 month ago. I haven't been in an operating room since. Hell, I haven't even set foot in the hospital since I got out of quarantine. I can't. I'm too afraid of finding those worms in the next patient I try to work on. I'm too afraid of being thrust into that nightmare all over again, not understanding what was happening or why. I'm afraid of that creature I saw crawling out of the patient's skull. The creature that only I saw, and that nobody ever seemed to find. There was evidence of it, of course. The patient's skull had been split right open, and there was almost nothing left inside. Something had clearly been living in there, feeding on his brain matter and puppeteering his body. And whatever it was still out there. I think it's unlikely that I'll ever get any solid answers about what I saw in that operating room. I've tried to do some research online, but I've come up with nothing. As far as I can tell, there aren't any documented encounters like mine. But based on my limited experience with the creatures living in that patient's body, I've come up with a few theories. I suspect that the thing living in the patient's head was connected to those worms somehow, farming them, maybe growing them in the body of its host. Although for what, I couldn't even begin to speculate. Whatever it was, there was an intelligence to it. Something about the way it looked at me after it emerged from his skull. The way it seemed to size me up. It almost seemed to be thinking. I can't help but wonder if it found another host. Another doctor. Or maybe a patient. I can't help but wonder if it's walking around in their skin right now, letting more of those bloody worms gestate in their guts. I can't help but wonder what it intends to do with them. And I can't help but dread what the answer might be.
I think today might be the day we get you to open your eyes.
I haven't opened my eyes in 10 years. My therapist calls it optophobia, a fear of opening one's eyes. It all started in my teens, when I witnessed my parents getting murdered. My life was no different than a blind person. The only difference is they have no choice in the matter. But I had to adapt to life as if I was blind. I use a blind stick to get around. I can tell the difference between different coins just by how they sound. I've learned to read Braille. But when people find out I'm not blind. They either think I'm crazy, or they think I'm a joke. It's hard to describe the constant feeling of being scared. I live in a perpetual state of terror. It's like closing your eyes to the scary parts of a horror movie. But for me, I kept them closed. I've seen many therapists over the years. Some have gotten close to helping me overcome my fear. But there is one major obstacle. I've been attending a support group for the past 5 years. And throughout those years, people would come and go. Normally, to overcome your fear, you need to face what it is you're scared of. The success rate for this is high. But how can I face my fear if I'm too scared to open my eyes long enough to face it? I always found my therapist's voice so soothing, and always wondered if the voice matched his face.
I think today you need to explain to me what happened to your parents.
I could feel the bile rise up from my stomach, and my hands began to clam up. I've never fully opened up about what happened all those years ago. It was my birthday, and my mom had just finished cutting the cake. I'm not sure where it came from, or how it got in the house. I watched as it crept up behind my parents. It moved slowly but with murderous intent. A bit like how a lion stalks its prey before it.
What did this creature look like?
He asked. It's like I have a picture of the creature seared into my brain. And I can still see it even with my eyes closed. His eyes were bright red and filled with a murderous hunger. I explained. My hands were shaking, and I could feel beads of sweat roll down my back.
Take your time. I promise you are perfectly safe.
My therapist said in a soft, caring tone. It was frothing at the mouth, and he had teeth and claws that looked like they could rip you apart. The sound of my therapist's voice had changed to a more concerning tone.
Are you sure it wasn't a man and not an animal?
He asked. It wasn't a man. It was some kind of beast. People don't move the way creatures move. And when it was done with my parents, it started to move towards me. I was struck with a paralyzing fear, and I couldn't do anything but close my eyes. I wasn't sure how long I was sitting there, but the police eventually came, and I haven't opened my eyes since. I could hear the glide of my therapist's pen as he made notes.
I believe your phobia is your brain's response to the trauma of what you witnessed. It's protecting you from having to relive it. Kids process memories differently from adults. And in your case, saw the murderer as some kind of monster.
I could feel a warming sense of calm rise up from my feet, flooding my brain.
I promise you're in a safe environment, and there is no killer or creature in this room,
said my therapist in a reassuring tone. I could feel my heart pound as I slowly began to open my eyes. My therapist had kept the room dark to protect my eyes. The sensation was probably what a blind person would experience when seeing the world for the first time My eyes stung as they adjusted to what light was in the room. It took a few moments for my eyes to come into focus. Before I could see my therapist's soft, reassuring eyes, I always felt that the creature that killed my parents was always close, and just waiting for me to open my eyes so I could watch as he ripped me apart. The fear was still there, but the room was empty, apart from me and the therapist.
I told you there was nothing to be scared of.
I was about to rejoice in my newfound sense of sight when I was stopped dead in my tracks by the sound of growling coming from behind my therapist. A sound I had only heard once before, when my parents were murdered. A feeling of intense dread overwhelmed me as I watched the same creature I was confronted with all those years ago creep up behind my therapist. It had the same red, hungry eyes as before, and pounced before I had a chance to warn him. My therapist screamed in the same agonizing pain my parents made as he was ripped apart. When it was done, it trained its sights on me, and before it could get to me, I shut my eyes again. You see, it's not a fear of opening my eyes. It's the fear of what would happen if I did.
Contestant number 0, would you like me to repeat the question?
There were tallies carved into the flesh of my skin. I stopped counting when they surpassed 1 million. 1 million cuts. 1 million questions. 1 million times I tried to end it all. My clothes were filthy, shredded, and glued to my skin. I wanted to scream, but my mouth wasn't allowed. I wanted to cry, but if I did, I would be punished. How long had it been since I ate, drank, took a bath? Across from me, Layla was trembling behind her podium, lit up in neon light. Her eyes unseeing, lips curved into a silent cry. If I didn't open my mouth in the next 30 seconds, we were screwed. I risked a glance at Jude, who was trying not to fall asleep, half-lidded eyes flickering. It was really hard not to look at the giant cavern in his chest, where his heart had been yanked out. Jude's punishment for not knowing who sang the song "Hit Me Baby One More Time." Unfortunately, Layla also landed on the revival prize.
Contestant number 0.
Straightening up, I smiled widely at the cameras, trying to ignore the iron chains wrapped around my ankles. The answer is Ryan Reynolds.
That's 100 correct answers in a row.
The host turned to the imaginary audience, and I had the sudden overwhelming urge to break the laptop playing fake applause. The large screen above us lit up with personalized prizes. I almost collapsed when I saw death. If I played my cards right, I could finally die. All of us could die.
All right. To win all of these prizes, you must answer the golden question.
She winked.
However, this time, you have the ability to ask a friend.
No. Jude's frenzied eyes found mine. Skip it. Shut up, Jude. Layla hissed. Can't you see what they're offering?
It's clearly a trap.
He slammed his buzzer, struggling in his own chains. I'm okay. I can answer it this time. I tried to smile at my fellow contestants, but they refused to look me in the eye. Jude glared down at his podium, shaggy, dark hair obscuring his face. Layla pretended to inspect her fingernails, but she was shaking.
Well, all right.
The host giggled.
Why don't we bring back Luke?
A body bag was dragged in. Inside, the remnants of Luke, contestant 6, who was force-fed battery acid for losing $600K. Luke's body was thrown in front of me. The dead boy's eyes flickered open, confused.
Okay, contestant number 0, for $7 million and all the prizes on screen, please answer the golden question. If you need help, I will allow you to pass the question on to contestant number 6.
Jude face planted his buzzer.
We're so screwed.
The host's smile widened, slipping right off of her face.
Contestant number 0, also Connor. What was the name of the child? The 6 of you brutally murdered. The following is an account given by a Wyoming farmer who shall remain anonymous to a local news agency in 2011. The agency shut down 2 months later.
My wife and I have always lived a kind of secluded life on our farm with our child. We aren't terribly far from any town or accommodations, but we've been proudly self-sufficient for the most part. We thought it'd give us some peace and quiet. This was until a couple of months ago. Our crops and livestock were dying left and right. The cows were dropping like flies. I still remember talking with my wife at the very start of this, thinking it was some stroke of bad luck, and how it'd all blow over soon. But then it kept on going. Cattle kept on dying. Plants kept on withering. She promised me that she would help make things right. We called family friends one after the other. Maybe they had the same experience and had a better clue on what was happening. Weird weather, plague, contaminants, anything. Nothing. We were alone, and there was nothing about this in the news that could clue us in either. Odd. Later that same day, we decided to finally look around our land. Whatever was doing this had to be in there. but it was already becoming difficult to search. Whatever caused this had done so much damage to our farm that it was almost completely unrecognizable to us. The ground was black as tar, and rotting plant matter was sparsely coating the dirt. Dead cows we had yet to clean up laid across the strangely wet soil. In hindsight, leaving the cows be probably saved my life. Something was definitely wrong with them. Even after all the interventions, nobody dared touch them. I don't know why. Doubt I ever will. My wife continued to insist that she would make things right. She was always a determined woman, much more determined than I was. As we searched, it was hard to even recognize what was supposed to be there from what could be a contaminant. It all looked the same. Soon enough, I heard my wife calling to me to come look at something. The dirt around her looked soaked, more damp than usual. Beside her, slowly drifted a tiny stream of something. It looked strange, pale red, with the texture of egg whites. It smelled strongly of undercooked meat, and felt to be radiating a slight warmth. We moved away. We didn't know what this was. I still don't. We immediately called the police, and hoped that after some chemical cleanup, we could get back to normal. Maybe it would take weeks, months, years, but we would surely get back to normal. Surely. The police came around later that day, inspected the scene, had no clue what they were looking at. Then came the scientists and men in hazmat suits. They took samples, told us to quarantine for a couple of days, and left. Something about the way they behaved was unnerving. This wasn't right. They knew it wasn't right either. They knew this needed to be handled more delicately, but for some reason, they had to rush through this. At least that's what I'm assuming. They were forced to do a botched job. It was around that time that my wife started feeling ill. The following day, the scientists came back and took her away. Examinations, hospital visits, research. All I was told was that they couldn't make sense of it. They were flying the poor woman around the country because no lab could find out what this contaminant was. I don't want to imagine what this must have been like for her. I kept asking about her as the situation worsened. I was trying to follow the situation as closely as possible. I talked to the scientists involved. I had to learn what was going on.
All we know is that the contaminant is some sort of strongly toxic animal tissue. It appears to contain both cow and sheep cells. However, the cells are heavily deteriorated, so this assumption may be a mistake. Whatever it is, it seems to have been heavily genetically altered, in a way that none of the labs we have cooperated with can replicate even on a theoretical level.
Everyone was scratching their heads at how this had even happened. The more I learned about the contaminant, the more unbelievable it sounded. I reached out to the police departments, but all I could ever get was a cold, We're investigating the source of the contaminant. The same non-answer from every single call. I wondered if there even was an investigation. If there wasn't, why? Why weren't they investigating this serious contamination? I was left to fend for myself like this. A week later, I got a phone call from a laboratory telling me my wife passed earlier that morning. Her final moments were spent being frantically shipped from facility to facility. I didn't even get to tell her goodbye. They sent her to a morgue nearby to prepare for the funeral. The same day, I got a letter from the morgue. They couldn't keep the body. Wouldn't explain why. I assumed it was some sort of contamination concern. Whatever it was, I knew that something shady was going on. The letter said the dead body would be returned to my residence due to no available facility willing to accommodate it. The body was brought in an hour later with no warning. All I could do for now was hide it somewhere and hope for the best. Maybe it was how long it had been since I had even last seen her. But something about her face looked different. Not in a dead body way different either. I couldn't describe it, but it felt as if her entire skull had changed shape. I left her in the shed and reassessed my options. I was stuck with a corpse in my house, frantically trying to navigate this mess. Whatever was going on just below the surface here, I knew it wasn't right. At this point, I had connections to every damn laboratory in the mainland. I was reaching out left and right in hopes that someone could do something about this. Nothing. People told me with certainty that nobody would take her in. Nobody would even attempt to dispose of the body. Burn it. Something. I was furious. By sunset, I knew what I had to do. I didn't want to, and it wasn't exactly the burial she would have wanted, but it was the best I could offer. I spent a few hours digging a makeshift grave in my backyard. It was never something I thought I would be doing, and I wasn't terribly sure it was exactly legal either. But it was all I could offer. After all this, the least I could do is let her find peace. Just as I was finishing digging, I heard something. First, there was the sound of something heavy banging against a wall. Then, screaming. And then, some strange, grotesque, dry crackling sound. It was coming from the shed. I didn't know what was happening. I froze as I stared into the shed. Its door violently shaking back and forth as whatever was behind the door tried to push it open. The door was ready to pop off its hinges or snap its locks any second. I had to think. I had to keep that door shut somehow. I knew it wasn't going to work, but I didn't know what would happen if the door opened. Before I could reach it, I was pushed back. The whole weight of the metal door landed on me. I was on the ground. I looked up. It was her. What I could only assume was her. She appeared to be 7 feet tall, Her bones stretched out of her skin, as if it was melting off and simultaneously flaking to dust. She stood over me, her vacant eyes staring down. I could hardly breathe. It was as if time had paused, and I was waiting to die. But she kept staring. Why? I was reaching for my shovel, slowly, until she moved again. She turned her head away to look towards the rest of the farm. All the dead crops and animals. It felt as if something was going through her head. It was hard to tell, but I feel as if I know what that was. At least what option would comfort me the most. She ignored me and shambled into the forest, where the stream originally came from. All I could do was watch. It has been months, and I haven't seen her again. I wonder if I ever will. I wonder if the same will happen to me after this. God knows. So I got home at around 11 p.m. Late night at the office turned into an even later night at the bar. About 4 drinks deep at this point, and I'm tired. Just about ready to fall asleep as I stumble through the doorway. I lay down on the couch and reach for my bag of joints, and spark one up as I pull up YouTube on my laptop. I'm in the middle of watching some luxury cruise tour, close to passing out, when I hear the front door open. I sit up and turn my head slightly, just enough to see my roommate coming in. He hangs his jacket in the closet and doesn't say anything as he walks slowly to his room, which is normal enough. I'd been living with him for about 3 months. Long enough for me to pick up on most of his tendencies. The guy really doesn't talk unless spoken to, which was far from a problem for me. He also generally kept things clean on his end, never causing much in the way of problems. I really couldn't complain. So I go back to watching YouTube, and about 5 minutes later, I hear the shower in his room turning on. Once again, nothing strange. At this point, I'm watching bare-knuckle boxing highlights, with my eyes half open, maybe 1 or 2 minutes away from passing out. I remember waking up in darkness, my head hurting, my throat dry as hell. I sat up slowly, waiting for the grogginess to settle into something manageable. Once it did, I grabbed my phone, checked the time. Around 3:30 a.m., from what I remember. I was starving, and so I got up, began walking towards the fridge, and then I noticed it. A soft, but ever-present noise in the background. It took me a few seconds to really recognize what it was. The shower. Suddenly, the events of last night began replaying in my head. Drinking at the bar, Ubering home, laptop, couch, my roommate coming home, the shower turning on. I stood there for a while, trying to make sense of it. Maybe he went to bed and forgot to turn it off. I shook my head. There's no way that happened, I thought. Maybe he slipped and fell. Realizing the implications of this, I rushed towards his room, but found his bathroom door locked. I began pounding on it. "Hey man, you all right?" No response. I considered kicking the door down, but decided to call 911 before I did that. I took my phone out, preparing to dial, when I noticed that I had an unread text. One from my roommate. "Hey man, I couldn't sleep, so I went over to my girlfriend's place. Not sure when I'll be back. Sent 2 hours ago." I look at the bathroom door, then back down at my phone. Everything about this was wrong. First of all, my roommate barely texts me, and certainly never to tell me that he's going out. Second of all, I know for a fact that he's single and has been for a while. And third of all, who the hell was in the shower then? I tried calling him. No answer. Sent him some texts, but no response. I walked over to his desk and saw that his keys and wallet were still beside his laptop. My head's starting to spin at this point, and I get out of there, go back into the living room, and turn on the lights. I'm pacing around in a circle, trying to follow the plot, while also trying to ignore the shower. A noise that I never could have imagined being so dreadful in any context. Sometime later, I hear something vibrating on the kitchen counter. I move towards it and see that it's a phone. My roommate's phone. The panic begins setting in, and I immediately grab my keys and run out of the apartment. I make my way down the hall and take the stairs down to the lobby. But even that doesn't seem far enough away. And so I make my way over to the McDonald's across the street. I sit there for a while, considering calling the cops, but for some reason, feeling too nervous to do so. But even though there's hardly anybody in there, the place begins to feel suffocating, and I decide to leave, walking back out onto the empty streets. Almost immediately, I get this feeling that I'm being watched, and I feel my gaze drifting up and towards the apartment. Soon, I'm looking at my balcony, and I see somebody standing there. A dark figure stood completely straight, stiff to the point where it nearly resembled a mannequin. But it isn't one. If I look closely, I can see it just slightly swaying. I froze in place, my mind hardly able to understand or accept what it was seeing. It's not my roommate. It's too tall. In fact, it's too tall to be anybody I know. Its head nearly scraping the bottom of the balcony above. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make out any of its details. The darkness and distance may have been enough to explain that away, but there was something about it that drove me towards a different conclusion. That this thing simply possessed no detail that could have been observed. That the only element of its composition was that of unadulterated darkness. Of course, my gut instinct was to get the hell away from it. But the voice in my head was telling me that if I were to try and run, this thing would end up following me. I went back into McDonald's instead, locking myself in the bathroom as I finally dialed 911. I told the operator that someone had broken into my place, but that I had gotten out of there without them noticing, and that they were still in there. It was the story that most accurately represented the situation, without making me come across as batshit insane. The operator told me that they'd be sending somebody over, for me to hang tight. I left the bathroom, waiting at the table closest to the exit, until I could see the red and blue lights cutting through the darkness. I went outside to meet the cops, looking up at the balcony to find it empty, though the door to the living room had been left open. They pelted me with a bunch of questions that I found difficult to answer. Is the intruder armed? Do I have any idea who it might be? What are their intentions? I told them I didn't know, that I couldn't figure it out, but they just kept on asking. Soon, I was practically yelling at them to go up there and check it out for themselves. And I suppose the terror in my voice was enough for them to begin taking this seriously. They told me to wait by the entrance, and I watched on as they entered the building. I was out there for a long time, growing increasingly anxious at the thought of what they were going to tell me when they came down. A few minutes later, the silence was broken by a single, muffled gunshot. My heart dropped into my stomach, and I continued to wait there, unsure of what to do otherwise. 20 more minutes of silence, and the officers still hadn't come down. Soon, I could hear more of them approaching in the distance. Before I knew it, 4 more cop cars had pulled up around me, and the scene had fallen into chaos. Officers shouting over each other and into their radios. More questions being hurled my way, none of which I was able to answer. The next few sequences were mostly a blur, but I remember the building being evacuated, the tenants frightened and confused as they were ushered outside, while the officers became more and more frantic. I remembered hearing more scattered gunshots, some screaming, other noises that were difficult to make sense of. There were a few lapses in my memory after that, but I recall being pushed into the back of a police car. After being driven to the station, I was led into one of the interrogation rooms, where I found 2 nondescript men in suits waiting for me. They didn't introduce themselves, and immediately went into a series of questions, each one more bizarre than the last.
What company was your roommate employed by? What was the nature of his job? How many different people have been inside your apartment since your roommate moved in? Have you ever heard voices inside your apartment from the hours of midnight to 3 a.m.? Voices that did not belong to your roommate. Have you ever seen a circle of people standing outside of the apartment from the hours of midnight to 3 a.m.? People that were exceptionally tall.
And one of the most unsettling ones.
Have you ever seen somebody standing at the foot of your bed upon waking up between the hours of midnight to 3 a.m., only for them to disappear moments later? If so, do you remember what they looked like? Any distinct features?
As they continued probing me, my mind began conjuring up some of the strange shit that had happened after my roommate had moved in. Shit that I had written off as figments of my imagination, simply because I had no other explanation for them. I did hear the voices, always coming from the room next to mine where my roommate slept. I was always so tired when I heard them, but I do remember it sounding like a young woman or a man with an extremely deep voice. I could never make out any of the words. It always sounded like gibberish. And then there was that one time I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night, still half asleep. I didn't bother turning on the lights as I entered. But as my eyes began adjusting to the dark, I could have sworn that somebody was already sitting on the toilet. Somebody extremely tall. Of course, when I turned on the lights, nothing was there. It was easy to chalk it up as a product of late-night drowsiness at the time, and I had never really thought about it since. After doing my best to give them useful information, the suits spent a good few minutes taking notes on their phones. Once we were done, they sat up quickly, told me that they'd be in touch before leaving the room. A cop came in a few minutes later and told me that since I couldn't return to my apartment, they would set me up in a nearby hotel until they were able to get the situation under control, and that I should stay put until they give me a call. What happened? What did you guys find up there? He stared at me for a long time, not as if he were deep in thought, but as if he held deep aversion for what he was considering telling me. Eventually, he just shook his head.
I don't know.
He said,
I really don't know.
I nodded, tried to smile, though I'm sure it didn't come across very well. It's the next day now, and I'm in the hotel. Of course, I couldn't sleep, couldn't really eat. The officer hasn't called me yet. When I tried searching up information about the evacuation on the internet, all I can find are articles claiming that it was due to a fire. A fucking fire.
Update.
I fell asleep, and I just woke up. It's 1 a.m. now, and I can hear the shower. I have been living in rural Ohio for about the last year. Since moving in with my husband, I've become what some would call the crazy cat lady of our neighborhood. It's not that I have a lot of cats. It's that I feed and befriend every stray I come across. Living in the country means you are surrounded by wildlife. Deer, mice, skunks, rats, bats, raccoons, possums, and, you guessed it, cats. Humans are terrible creatures sometimes. They have a habit of taking in animals they can't handle, then quickly changing their minds when things get too hard. When that happens in the city, most people drop their new pets off at a local shelter. Here in the country, they just throw them outside. If those unloved furballs aren't fixed, they team up and make more of themselves. If I had to guess, our small town alone has about 50 strays. I would guess I've made friends with around 15 of them in the past year. I leave food on my front and back porch for them every night. I brush the more friendly ones. And I've even kidnapped a few for a day to take them in for vaccines. I can't adopt them all, but I want to try and make life a little less hard for all these guys. Lately, something strange has been happening though. I have a tendency to stay up late. My husband started working the night shift about a year ago, and it's hard to get used to sleeping in an empty bed. Since we moved for his job, I have developed a case of separation insomnia. I only really sleep well on his days off. I work the average 7 to 3 shift. When I get home, I try to clean the house, tend to our pets, indoor and outdoor, and make dinner/breakfast for him to eat before work. During this time, my husband, Jake, is fast asleep. He sleeps just fine without me. Lucky bastard. Sometimes, I nap with him after I make dinner, and he wakes up around 9 p.m. to get ready for work. Once he's gone, I tend to just turn on the TV and game to pass the time until I have to get myself ready for work. Jake and I pass like ships in the night. It's hard to manage sometimes. But we're working towards buying the house we're currently renting. After this past week, though, I hope he can be convinced to relocate. About 6 days ago, I was in the living room watching a show about hoarding when I heard something big dragging across our porch. It was around 11 p.m., and Jake had literally only been at work for an hour at this point. Sounds on our porch weren't unusual. There was a cat buffet out there. But whatever had made this sounded bigger than a cat. Its weight was closer to that of a dog, or even a person. I paused the television and waited in silence for it to happen again. My dog, Bella, asleep soundly at my feet. Nothing happened. Our front door leads straight into our living room. There are 2 huge windows that never seem to be completely covered by the curtains, and our couch sits right below those windows. I tried to arrange the curtains so the part of the window that isn't covered is farthest away from my face. If I'm laying on the couch, it's nearest to my feet. I peeked out one of the windows onto the porch and saw absolutely nothing there. So I simply pressed play and kept watching my shows. When the sun came up, nothing was unusual, except the cat food was completely untouched. The bowl on the back porch wasn't empty like I expected. Nothing happened for a few days. Honestly, I had kind of forgotten about the sounds until 2 nights ago. This time, the dragging happened around 2 a.m. I was actually upstairs in our bedroom when I heard it this time. Our bedroom window is right above the porch, and I was shocked to realize I could hear this sound from all the way upstairs. It was far too heavy to be a cat. I muted the TV and listened, slightly nervous. My dog was in the bed next to me listening as well. The dragging continued. It was like someone was dragging their shoes across the wooden porch. Bella started to growl. It was a low, throaty sound I had never heard her make before. The fact that my dog was upset by this made me nervous. I couldn't call Jake until he went on break at 3 a.m. not knowing what else to really do, I got up from the bed and walked quietly to the window. I opened it about a finger's width and listened for the dragging. The sound of a cat almost had me laughing with relief. Of course it wasn't a person. Bella had never once growled at a cat on our porch before, but maybe it was because we were all the way upstairs. I wondered if the sound was Toby. He was an orange tabby that was heavier than all the rest of the strays. He had a few other houses on the street feeding him. The dragging continued. Even Toby didn't seem to be that heavy. For almost 15 minutes, something dragged across my porch from one end to the other, repetitively. Then, it stopped completely. Bella stopped growling and went back to sleep, and I waited nervously to call Jake. He thought it was Toby.
You're tired.
He told me.
You're up at night watching TV by yourself. Your imagination is running away from you.
That didn't explain why Bella was upset. But maybe he was right. For all I knew, there was a stray cat I didn't know yet, putzing around on our porch. The next morning, the cat food bowl was toppled over. None of the food inside was eaten. This all leads me to what happened last night, just a few hours ago. Jake was off work Monday. We spent the night enjoying each other's company and watching movies on the couch. Neither of us heard anything strange. I went to work Tuesday morning on basically no sleep at all. I came home to do my usual routine and threw Jake's work uniform into the laundry. While I waited for it to dry, I made the mistake of falling asleep on the couch. I woke around 2 a.m. to the sound of a cat meowing. Moonlight was streaming through the crack where the curtains didn't fully cover the window by my feet. The television had turned itself off because it was on a set timer. Jake must have gotten ready and left for work without waking me up. Bella lay on the floor beside the couch, and again, she was growling. Bella growled louder at the sound of it. Her hackles were raised, and I could tell she was working her way up to a bark. Dragging again. The thing lumbered across the porch and over to the window. I could see the shape of it blocking out the light where the curtain didn't cover. In that moment, I was sure of two things. The first was that there was not a cat on my porch at all. The second was that whatever was out there was looking into my living room. This was a damn near perfect cat impression. If I couldn't see the huge, horrifying, human-shaped shadow at my window, I might have even believed it. My heart was pounding out of my chest. I couldn't move. Bella jumped to her feet, ran to the side of the window where the shadow loomed, and let out one good, ferocious bark. Then, she seemed to really see whoever was at the window. She began to tremble and whimper. The shadow said to her, I was too frightened to move. My dog was whining at my feet, and I couldn't tell if this weirdo on my porch was able to see me laying there or not. After a few moments of silence, a bark resounded through the room. At first, I thought Bella had found her voice again, but she was still shaking at my feet. No sound had come from her mouth. The shadow at the window was mimicking her. I could feel tears start to stream down my face. All I could think about was a question. Had Jake locked the door before he left for work? I don't know how long I laid there, crying in silence and fear, listening to this shadowy person meow and bark. When the sun came up around 5 a.m., the shadow shifted. It seemed to slowly drag itself away from the window and off my porch. It's now 6 a.m. as I write this. Bella and I are still shaking. Jake should be getting off work soon. When he gets here, I'm telling him, I want to fucking move.
Today's story is by BlackVolumes. Links in the description below.
I fully lost my sight 20 years ago. So, imagine my initial euphoria after 2 decades of living in a blackened world upon seeing something on last night's walk home. A miracle, you might think. Though this may beggar belief, I hope I never see anything again. My guide dog, Ted, tugged the lead to say we should continue walking home, but I was transfixed by a red pinprick in the distance. Now, without offering too graphic a description of my childhood injury, my eyes are non-existent. This isn't a case of partial blindness. I don't see lights, shadows, or shapes. I have spent 20 years in absolute darkness without hope of ever seeing anything again. And yet, inexplicably, a red shape loomed on the horizon. How? Equally excited and shocked, I diverted from my daily path and headed towards the first thing I had seen since the age of 10. Ted whined grumpily, confused by our sudden detour. But he begrudgingly led me along winding streets, far from the ceaseless chatter and loud vehicles of the city. It took about 15 minutes of walking into the depths of what I assume must have been a sleepy neighborhood, for the red speck on the horizon to grow into a distinguishable shape. It was a house. A red-bricked new build, sitting in the midst of the endlessly black void that had been my entire world for so many years. And after another 15 minutes of walking along seemingly endless roads, we were finally standing before the mysterious building. Ted growled, and I felt the lead move in the opposite direction as he tried to guide us back the way we came. I can see it, boy. I whispered tearfully. Tell me you can see it too. I'm not crazy, am I? Ted started barking and yanking more assertively on the lead, but I gripped tightly and pulled him towards the house, before stumbling painfully into something metallic. I fumbled with my free hand fairly certain that I'd found the house's front gate. Contending with a distressed and noisy dog at my side, I eventually found and lifted the latch, shoving the gate open. The house was entirely unremarkable in and of itself. I'd expected a glitzy, futuristic building, given it had been so long since I'd seen the world. But it looked no different from every other British home I remembered from my childhood. Red bricks, brown roof tiles, and white framed windows. The number 11 was plastered in gold on a black, featureless front door. Ted must have planted his paws firmly on the ground, because I had to practically drag him along the path leading up to the front door. I know you're scared. I don't understand it either, Ted. But I might never see anything ever again. I have to know what's happening. I have to find out how and why I can see this place. Please, just let me see whether anyone answers. I promise we'll go home afterwards. Trembling, with a feeling that had morphed from excitement into sheer anxiety, I weakly knocked on the black front door before me. A wave of pins and needles passed through my hand as I realized something. The door was real. I felt it. I'd convinced myself that the house must be a fragment of my imagination, but there was no denying that my knuckles had rapped against the familiar feel of a soft wood surface. My heart pounded erratically as the reality of my situation dawned on me. This wasn't a fantasy anymore. I was standing before something I could see. I looked around to find that the rest of the world remained a dark and empty chasm. I couldn't even see Ted at my feet, though I could certainly hear his agitated sounds. So why could I see the house? And then there was a sudden, sharp noise. Metal, barreling rapidly against wood. It had to be the door lock. Hello? I called excitably. I was wondering whether I might be able to speak to the owner of the house. Footsteps pattered softly away, I think. I can't say. And usually, I'd be able to hear a pin drop in another room. In the absence of sight, many blind people will tell you that their other senses become heightened. And yet, it was as if the sudden introduction of color and shapes to my world had lessened my usually sharp hearing. But there was much more to this unexplained event than that. Sight. What sight? I don't have eyes. Hello? I called again. Please. I just want to talk. A door opened, but it wasn't the front one. It sounded like a side door, leading out onto the walkway. I know it was foolish, but you don't know how it feels to spend years in darkness and finally be offered a glimmer of light. I couldn't resist, as much as Ted did. Stumbling across the front lawn, tripping over a bramble-ridden bush, I made my way around to the side of the property. Sure enough, an open side door blew lazily in the early evening breeze. Ted's barks were growing hoarse, and he had instead resorted to a fearful whimper. I'm not sure why I wasn't afraid at that moment, but I would be. As I stepped through the doorway, I entered a glistening kitchen. White, pristine, sterile. Hello? I called for a third time. I really need to talk to you. Do you know what's happening to me? What is this place? Through the open kitchen doorway, the main lobby was illuminated by an overhead light. Ted stood invisibly beside me, but I could see every part of the house itself, every furnishing and light fixture, and that included the reflection in the tall mirror hanging in the entryway. The artificial light cast onto the glass pane was part of the house, after all. And so, for the first time in 20 years, I saw myself and the uncertain little retriever beside me. The last time I'd seen my face, I was a child, but before me stood a bearded man with a weary face and 2 glass eyes. I couldn't quite make the connection that I was looking at myself. Stroking my beard thoughtfully, I took slow strides towards the mirror. How could it be that a man with no eyes was able to see himself? The terror started to work its way into my brain. Gone was the sheer joy I'd felt upon seeing things again. The impossibility of my situation was ringing alarm bells, as it already had for Ted. And then I caught the reflection of a small shape flitting behind me. It had the shape of a young boy, but I didn't need to get a proper look to know that there was something distinctly unnatural about him. I screamed, spinning around. The floorboards creaked beneath the weight of something slipping up the stairs, giggling as it went. An invisible thing. I'd only been able to see it in the mirror. It isn't part of the house, I realized. Ted started barking, pulling on his lead to chase whatever had disappeared up the stairs. "Who's there?" I croaked frightfully. No response, other than fading giggles and footsteps across the upstairs landing. But I finally accepted that there were no answers to be found in that place. None that would make any sense anyway. And so I turned to face the kitchen again, pulling Ted's lead. "Come on. You've got your wish, boy. Let's get out of here." As I started to walk towards the open side door in the kitchen, strangely relieved to see the black outer world that awaited me, I was baffled to find that Ted was standing still, and he wouldn't budge. I turned to look in the mirror in the lobby, and I could see the reflection of my dog standing in a frozen position before the stairs. "Are you kidding me? You were right, Ted. This place is wrong. Let's go." Reaching from somewhere beyond the reflection of the mirror, 2 hands, withered but clearly those of a child, swiftly swooped towards my dog. And by the time I'd blinked, Ted had been unclipped from his lead. He vanished up the stairs with a loud whimper. I screeched, running back into the lobby. I hauled up the stairs 2 at a time, forgetting something crucial. I could see the house, but I could not see its inhabitant. And when I reached the upstairs landing, I found myself plummeting onto the quintessentially British carpet beneath me. Something had tripped me.
An eye for an eye. A truth for a truth.
A boy's strangely ancient voice softly whispered. I felt a cold hand wrap itself around one of my ankles, and I screamed piercingly as I thrust my foot at the invisible intruder behind me. Ted was barking from a nearby room with a closed door.
Didn't get me. Blind as a bat, Mikey.
He giggled again. Who are you? I sobbed, crawling across the carpet from a threat I could not see. How do you know me? I could see imprints in the carpet as the invisible boy crept towards me on hands and knees.
Eyes and lies, lies and eyes.
He wheezed, seizing both of my ankles. I shrieked in terror as an unseen monster with abnormal strength dragged me across the landing towards the room at the far end. As the door opened, I heard Ted barking maniacally.
Want its eyes?
The boy giggled. Leave him alone! I cried. I found myself lying on the floor of a room unlike the rest of the pristine house. It was derelict. There was a mattress in one corner of the room, a sink with a mirror on the wall, and a small radiator that was rattling. That was where Ted had been tied. Just let us go, I pleaded.
Not until I thank you.
The boy whispered, pacing across the rickety floorboards. For what? I moaned. Above the dingy sink, a face suddenly appeared in the cloudy, unclean mirror. The boy was barely distinguishable, but I saw enough. Bulging too far out of their sockets were bloody eyes that seemed badly fixed in place. Eyes that I somehow recognized. Mine. But I didn't want to believe it.
Time to remember.
The boy giggled.
My eyes now.
I had suppressed most of what happened to me 20 years earlier. But in that moment, the boy's vicious voice rang some distant bell in my traumatized brain. A boy jumping me in the street. A vicious beating. A sharp instrument plunging into my sockets. And those words. My eyes now. But that was 2003. It couldn't be the same boy. An ageless child with a blood-stained face, withered hands, and bulbous eyes, grinning at me in the reflection of the mirror. He couldn't be human.
I feel bad, Mikey. Let me help you see.
The malevolent thing smiled, walking away from the mirror and vanishing from my reflected field of view once again. I heard tussling at the radiator as the boy untied my dog, and Ted growled aggressively. Get off him, you monster! I cried, jumping to my feet and lunging blindly forwards. Fingernails slashed into my cheek from my unseen attacker, and I fell back to the floor. I couldn't see the boy or my dog, not without the aid of a mirror, but I must have distracted the horrid thing long enough to give Ted the upper hand. A loud growl sounded, followed by an inhuman screech. Paws pounded against the floor, and I felt the warm, familiar stench of Ted's breath on my face. Let's go! I yelled. I jumped to my feet a second time and headed onto the landing, Ted brushing against my side. We scurried downstairs, not daring to look behind us. Not that it would have benefited me. With my dog leading the way, we stumbled through the kitchen's side door and returned to the safety of the darkness. Back to the real world. Far from that horror house. But it's still out there. I'm planning on moving away as soon as possible, because I can still see that horrible red speck on the horizon, all the way from my bedroom window. The only visible thing in my darkened world. And I wish I hadn't seen what lives inside.
Tonight's story is by BlackVolumes. Links in the description below.
You must remain in the room whilst I dine.
He told me 3 years ago.
But face the wall, and do not turn around until I've eaten every last crumb.
I nodded. How will...
I will tell you when I've finished.
He brashly interrupted, having anticipated my question. And when I made the mistake of breaking his one rule, I saw something terrifying. I hate to disappoint you, but I won't endanger myself by naming this world-famous figure. I've been laying low since February, praying to never cross his path again. I moved from Los Angeles to Toronto, put more than 2,000 miles of desert, mountains, and woodland between that man and me. Yet, I still feel watching eyes upon me every single day. I fear that he hopes to silence me before I can spill his secret. That's why I won't tell you to run from LA. Nowhere is safe from him. Instead, I'm hoping that putting this story out there will give him no reason to silence me. You're all about to learn the truth, so he'll have to tread carefully in the future, right? I know I've not named him, but I've put a spotlight on the horrors of the hills. This is a Hollywood icon, and I cooked his lunches and dinners every single day from November of 2021 to February of 2024. But one particular lunchtime, an act of recklessness, brought my employment to end. A flatbread topped with charred spring onions, chili flakes, and feta. That was the dish. A modest lunch for a self-proclaimed modest man. Perfectly ordinary food. I didn't serve the heart of a stillborn babe, not the ribs of some famous rival. Just a light, nutritious dish to bridge breakfast and dinner. That day was the same as any other, so I don't know why I did it. I'd spent 3 years cooking for my client, and I'd never previously questioned his only rule. I hadn't dreamt of disobeying him, as he paid such a disgustingly inflated salary. Not until one ordinary day in late February. I placed the flatbread on the table, walked over to the kitchen counter, then focused my gaze on the wall ahead, twiddled my thumbs and waited patiently whilst he tucked noisily into his meal. That was something I'd always noticed. The sound. The slaps and smacks of his lips, tongue, and teeth, meeting various food textures. I don't have misophonia, but that man managed to produce noises which utterly perturbed me. I don't care about those who talk whilst they eat. Don't even care about those who eat with their mouths open. No. The racket of this man's feasting disturbed me because it always sounded like more than one person eating. There were even distant sounds of what I'd convinced myself were tiny voices, as if the man had spent 4 years sneaking friends into the kitchen behind my back, as if they were speaking amongst themselves in hushed tones, muttering odd phrases. Not food reviews, but comments on culture, comments on countries and histories.
This tells us, in the mountains of Malaysia, 400 years ago.
The snippets of insight were always too quiet to fully distinguish. Of course, it was the wet sloshing and smacking that stole most of my attention. I tried to make meals that were softer, in hopes that this would lead to quieter munching. I served yogurt, risotto, and so on. No matter what I attempted, the sounds never lessened, and I knew that this was no mean-spirited joke. He wasn't sharing a meal with hidden guests, though I certainly wouldn't have been the first woman to find myself at the receiving end of his bizarre antics. Believe me, over the years, I'd considered numerous scenarios in my head, but none of them felt right. None of them warmed my chilled flesh whilst that awful man ate. So, I eventually broke. Something came over me. Madness, I suppose. Born of years working in a draining environment. All for a healthy heap of bucks. Well, I'd passed my threshold. The money no longer mattered. I had to know. I turned away from the wall. The man at the kitchen table was not eating. Not in any human sense of the word. The sides of his face had opened like the skin of a tangerine, revealing neither hidden tissue nor bone beneath. There was a crater within his skull, a crater into which he was shoveling torn strips of my lovingly cooked flatbread. The meal was not disappearing into a mouth. There was no mouth beneath the celebrity's unzipped face. Chunks of bread and toppings were washing over a dozen rolling eyeballs, each with a black sclera, a white iris, and a red pupil. Inhuman eyes. Eyes that were not consuming the food, but letting the broken fragments slide off their rolling surfaces, as if absorbing the meal's secrets, learning something from it. And the flatbread did not disappear into the body below. It disintegrated in the black, watery film coating those many eyes. I was too haunted to scream, but I'd already been detected. The celebrity stopped. His hand hovered, and those many eyes, coated in the dissolving crumbs of my meal, swiveled to face me. Then, the man started to tremble violently, crushing the remaining handful of flatbread in the pit of his palm. I allowed my mouth to release a meek whimper as flecks of bread clattered against the china plate below. My eyes had already flitted towards the kitchen entrance and the lobby beyond it. The front door was in sight, and my weak legs carried me towards it. But the man did not need to stand to pursue me. He punched his arm forwards, and a long, reptilian tentacle tore through his open palm, escaped from its prison of human skin, then shot across the kitchen towards me. I was already crossing the lobby as the lunging limb hissed at me from its black scales. I felt the alien arm's stale breath against my back, cutting through my t-shirt, as the man sought my flesh, not to eat, but to wash over his many eyeballs. He wanted to soak me up, study me, and as I thought of all the womanizing he'd done over the years, the many flings who'd come and gone, I wondered whether any of them had met that fate. I fumbled with the latch for an eternal second, flung the door open, and triumphantly made it to the porch. But the fine prick of a sharp limb caught my spine as I stumbled onto the driveway, instantly stained my shirt with a staggeringly large pool of blood. Yelping in agony, I pushed onwards, pushed across the driveway, scaled the fence, and ran through the streets of Beverly Hills. I remember little of what followed. Barely remember how I ended up in Toronto, in all honesty. I know that I abandoned everything. My home, my friends, my family, and my life. In spite of that, this nightmare isn't over. For months, I've felt something watching me. I'm convinced, just as I'm convinced, that this celebrity eats more than people food.
I will handle my own breakfasts,
The Star firmly told me back in 2021. I replied, "Are you sure? I make a mean..."
You would not want to cater to my morning needs.
He half growled. At the end of the day, this is about more than getting the truth out there. More than, hopefully, protecting myself from him. This is a cautionary tale. No matter how good the pay, do not become any celebrity's personal chef in LA. This all started because my childhood friend Abigail wanted to go to Paris. We had just graduated and knew that we wouldn't be young forever. She didn't want to travel alone. I didn't blame her. It's dangerous for a pretty girl to go anywhere on their own these days. I joined her mostly because I wanted to try all the rich foods I wouldn't otherwise be able to eat. I didn't know much French, only the important words, like asking where the bathroom is. Abby could communicate better, so I relied on her for the trip. She used that to her advantage, and bullied me into doing a catacombs tour. It's not as if I could do anything else besides hang around in our overpriced hotel alone. I figured the tour would be packed, being the spooky season and all. Abby hated crowds, and I expected her to bail. Turns out, it wasn't as busy as I thought. About 20 people were in our small group when we arrived. There were a few different tours available. I suppose that split the numbers a little. Or we just arrived too early. It was 10 in the morning after all. Our tour guide stopped at the entrance to tell us the long list of rules. Her accent was so thick I didn't understand most of it. From what I gathered, she said not to touch anything. Stay with the group, and for the love of God, don't try to bring anything home. Gross. I knew people took rocks from national parks, but who would want a dusty old bone? Abby and I were at the end of the group. The tunnels were dark and dusty, not damp like I assumed. The tour guide spoke, explaining the history and gesturing towards signs for us to stop and read if we would like. I had thought that seeing piles and piles of human remains might freak me out a little. I was just bored. Because I didn't understand our guide, I was missing out on all the neat facts. And once you saw one pile of bones, the next wasn't too interesting. The wall of skulls looked a little neat, though. Abby had moved near the front of the group to read a sign. I didn't know if phones were allowed, but I glanced down at mine, shocked to see a signal. For the next few minutes, I kept my head down, trying to connect to a local coffee shop's Wi-Fi that was above us while walking behind the group. Our guide's voice echoed down the stone hallways. The orange lights and countless candles weren't good enough to keep me from tripping over the uneven stone floor a few times. I don't know how long I walked, until I realized I no longer could hear voices or footsteps. When I looked up, I found myself in an empty tunnel, lined with candles. No bones. No tour guide. No Abby. No one. That couldn't be right. Didn't they say if I got lost I should stay put? I waited for a while, listening, trying to hear any signs of life. I called out, my echoing voice giving me the chills. Finally, I heard someone call back in French. Relieved, I started walking towards the voice, praying I would be out of here soon. Abby would give me an earful when I saw her next. I turned the corner, expecting to see the group again. I heard the sounds of a large crowd talking and moving about. When I looked around the corner, I didn't see a soul. Just another long hallway lined with more bones. There weren't any candles in the new hallway. I shone my phone flashlight down the narrow passage. The light couldn't reach the end. I found myself rubbing my arms, feeling suddenly cold and scared as hell. I'm normally not the one to get scared at haunted places, but this was getting to me. Had my ears been playing tricks on me? No. I knew I heard voices. I didn't want to get further into the tunnels, so I turned to come back the way I came. I should have done that to start with. Soon, I found myself doubting my memory. The candles that had lined the hallway had been white, not black. At least 1,000 were on the floor, half melted with piles of wax forming on top of each other. And at the end of the hallway was something I knew I hadn't seen before. A wooden door. I stopped in front of it, freaked out. For some odd reason, I knocked first, as if expecting an answer. I heard people illegally set up raves and even movie theaters down here, but this door looked to be ancient, as if it had been down here since the tunnels were made. Carefully, I placed a hand on the worn brass handle to push open the door a crack. A burst of cold wind came, howling down the hallway and snuffing out some candles. Cold sweat started at the back of my neck. When I opened the door, I only saw darkness. Simply nothing. The floor ended when the door opened up. A deep, dark, almost endless pit was just beyond my toes. This couldn't be right. I've never heard of a pit like this. I stared down into the darkness, almost expecting this to all be a hoax. As I stared, the inky blackness started to slightly lighten. A red light appeared at the bottom with a sudden blast of hot air. I swore I heard something like drums rhythmically beating down below. Nope. I slammed the door, refusing to deal with whatever all that was. I needed to get the hell out of here. I turned to walk back down the hallway. Instead of being greeted by the other tunnel lined with bones, I saw an empty tunnel covered with graffiti. My heart leapt into my throat. There was a line of electric lights above. If I followed that, I would make my way to the exit, right? I started to jog, my feet slipping on the dusty floor. My lungs burned from effort and fear. I didn't know what any of the spray-painted words meant, but I was glad to see them. My jog started into a run when I noticed another steel door at the end of the tunnel. I crashed into it, spilling through expecting to be greeted by fresh air. Instead, I started falling into a pitch-black pit. I woke up, my entire body throbbing in pain, with so many hard rocks digging into my back. When I moved in the dark to pull out my phone for light, my arm moved aside what I was laying on, and an odd crunching sound echoed through the room. My throat grew dry, and I almost didn't turn on my phone from the dread of what I would see. The light came on, didn't cover the entire room. I was sitting on so many human skeletons, all dry and cracked from age. Unable to help myself, I screamed. Scrambling, I struggled to move over the pile, my skin crawling every time I touched the dry remains. The room appeared endless. I slipped and rolled down a slope of bones, scraping my arms along the way. My fresh wounds stung. However, I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I found a stone wall with a small opening just large enough to fit through. I entered into another tunnel, this one a bit smaller than the others. I sat, dry heaving, while shaking the dust off of my clothing. Footsteps came from the darkness. I only had my phone for light. I should have been overjoyed to hear another person, and yet my body went into flight mode. I moved as fast as I could away from the sound, my heart pounding as the person behind me got closer and closer. A small hole was in the wall, I knew I couldn't run forever, so I risked it. I crammed myself inside, no longer caring about bruises and cuts. Shoving my phone in my pocket, I clamped my hands over my mouth, trying to quiet my breathing. My knees pressed hard against my chest as I huddled in a space far too small for my body. The footsteps grew louder. I thought my heart would stop as I tried to think of what may come out of the darkness for me. Not knowing what was out there was far more terrifying than seeing any kind of monster mankind could think of. I was almost tempted to peek my head out, to get an answer, to avoid the fear of not having one. The steps passed, but were soon joined by more. I needed to place my hands over my ears and shut my eyes tight against the booming sounds of a crowd stomping just outside my hiding spot. Voices came, unlike anything a human could make. Cruel laughter and something almost like music mixed into the deafening chorus. I might have only been there for a few minutes, but it felt like an eternity of being crammed inside that crack in the wall, scared and alone. Even when the sounds died down, I didn't dare leave my hiding spot. Hot, silent tears ran down my face. I just wanted to go home. But deep down, I knew no matter how much I explored these tunnels, I would never find the way out. A hand fell on my shoulder, causing me to scream. I flinched away, unable to move in the small place. The hand withdrew, and I saw a pale face peeking at me in the dark. They looked human enough. So thin, they may as well be a skull with long black hair. Their dark eyes sunken into their face, and yet the smile was almost kind. Despite my fear, I found myself reaching out to this person. I took their bony, frail hand and let them guide us down the pitch-black tunnels. They may have been leading me to a horrible fate, but their hand was warm like the living, and I was glad for that. We arrived at a small room lit by blood-red candles. Square holes had been carved out of the walls, deep enough for people to lay down inside. And there were people. Bodies filled each hole aside from two. They weren't all skeletons. Some wore modern shoes, while others had their bare feet sticking out half-rotten. The odd stranger smiled again and walked over to a wall, gesturing at a space. I shook my head, feeling sick. I didn't want to be in that cold, dark space alone for the rest of my life. No, maybe longer than that. Somehow, they understood my thoughts. They wrapped their arms around me and rested a head on my shoulder. I wanted to hold this small body back to feel some sort of warmth. They would share a spot with me whenever I was ready. I wouldn't be alone. Gently, I pushed them aside. It took all of my willpower to do so. Their smile didn't fade. They just nodded and let me turn around back into the endless hallways. I hurt leaving that room behind. I do dearly want to just stop and rest. I can't. How long has it been? No matter how far I walk, I always seem to end up in the same long, dark hallway, with the entrance to the resting room at the end. I hear the sounds of others I don't care to meet in the distance. My life is now walking down this hallway, new doors appearing that all lead me back to the start. My options are now keep walking, let the others catch up, or stop in the room with a warm embrace waiting. I did take a break to type this all out. My phone has service, 1 bar, and yet I can't call for help. I don't know if this will reach anyone. I pray it does. If you ever go on a tour of the catacombs, remember to listen carefully. Don't leave the group. If you get lost, stay where you are and respect the dead, because no matter how much we struggle against it, in the end, we all end up dead and buried. Unexplained phenomenon is a staple in human culture. Strange goings-on, paranormal in nature, are prominent in our lives in one form or another. You may not think about them all that often, but there's always a piece in the news or a crazy story from a friend or passerby that makes you recall such strangeness. No matter how many times you forget about the subject, there will always be a moment that drags the notion back to the surface of your memory. For several years, I had forgotten about the monster living in my mom's pantry. I had forgotten all about it. That is, until now. I was 10 years old when I first became aware of the monster's presence. It was a normal evening at home. My mother and I awaited my father's arrival, and I helped her out with dinner preparations. I look back on these memories fondly. I loved cooking with my mom, and was overjoyed whenever my father came home from work. I had what some would consider a picture-perfect childhood, save for one peculiarity. The thing that resided in the pantry would audibly reveal itself that very night. While cutting up vegetables for my mom's famous beef barley soup, I heard a scratching at the pantry door. Startled, I jumped, nearly cutting off one of my fingers in the process. My mom looked over at the pantry, then to me with a concerned smile. I looked to her for answers, utterly baffled by the noise. There it goes again, scratching at the pantry door. "What is it, Mom?" I asked. "I'm not too sure, sweetie, but it's been here ever since we moved in. Sometimes it scratches at the door. Other times it will knock food off the pantry shelves. Some nights it doesn't make a sound at all." There was no comfort derived from her explanation. I was still frightened, and my mother noticed this. "It's nothing to be scared of, honey. Is it something bad?" I asked. "No, of course not." Just then, the scratching recommenced. I jumped a second time. My mother then walked over to the pantry door. "Here, look." She opened it up as the scratching continued. Once the door was completely ajar, the sound ceased. "See, sweetie, there's nothing to be worried about." Despite my mother's comforting words, my 10-year-old heart couldn't help but race with fear. In the coming years, I continued to help her cook, but I never once set foot back in that pantry, convinced that the thing living in there was a monster, out to get me. This fear was kept alive by the scratching that would interrupt otherwise happy moments. I ignored it the best I could, but sometimes I would have to leave the kitchen. Eventually, the sounds stopped altogether. It's now been many years since then, and both of my parents have passed away. In their wills, I was left everything, including my childhood home. It took me a while to come to terms with their deaths and move back in, but I eventually accepted the situation and embraced the living space where I grew up. It was the little memories sprinkled throughout the house that helped me cope. Sometimes I would walk into the living room and see my dad sitting in his chair, smoking a cigar and watching his favorite sitcom. At other points, I would see my mother in the kitchen, making us dinner. These corporeal fragments of a long time since past kept me going. After a while, the house felt like home again. Until one day. I had just arrived home from work when it happened. I sat down on my dad's favorite chair and flipped on the TV to unwind. Something crossed my mind. Minus the tobacco, I had actually become my father. This thought put a bit of a smile on my face as I reclined the chair to relax. Relaxation never came, though, as an all-too-familiar scratching sound emanated from the nearby pantry. My smile quickly vanished. I jumped up and ran to the kitchen to investigate. The scratching continued and increased in volume. I stared at the door, hoping an answer would jump out at me, but also hoping whatever was inside wouldn't do the same. Without many options at my disposal, I was forced to open it. Much to my anticipation, the noise ceased, and I found nothing behind the door but some empty shelves and an old broom. This was the same thing that happened when my mother opened the door many years ago. I was no longer a frightened child, but the sound's return was still unnerving. At least, it was at first. After a while, it became nothing more than a bothersome fixture in my otherwise normal days. Whenever I came home from work, woke up in the middle of the night, or sat down to watch television, that terrible scratching would invade my ear space, not stopping until I opened that damned pantry door. This routine continued for over a year. One night, however, everything changed. I had just gotten home from a long day of work and flung myself into the comfort of my bedsheets. I wanted more than anything to drift off into a peaceful slumber, hoping the day's troubles would melt away in the form of happy dreams and restful sleep. Unfortunately for me, the moment my head hit the pillow, the scratching started up once more. I groaned in anger, not wanting to leave my bed for anything, much less that damned noise. Because of this, I made the mistake of not getting up right away. I hit my internal snooze button and allowed myself to drift off for a few moments. When I came to, something was amiss. I didn't notice it at first, but the unsettling silence made way for a startling revelation. The scratching had stopped. How strange. It's never stopped on its own before. Perplexed, I jumped out of bed and ventured downstairs to investigate. What I saw upon entering the kitchen alarmed me. The pantry door was wide open. That can't be. It was definitely closed when I got home earlier. Turning the light on only revealed the usual empty shelves. It wasn't until my hand met the wood of the door that I noticed something unusual. Embedded in the hard oak were deep gashes, claw marks that covered the entire bottom half of the door. Those weren't there before. What the hell is going on? My childhood was beginning to catch up with me. Memories of the pantry came bursting through the floodgates. The scratches, the nightmares, the fear. But I wasn't a child this time, and I wasn't going to let a little superstition get the better of me. It was just a raccoon or a large rat, that's all. At least, that's what I told myself. I scoured the house for nearly an hour, ignoring my fast-beating heart the whole time. Whatever escaped from the pantry was nowhere to be found. As I stepped back into the kitchen to close the door and call it a night, something stopped me in my tracks. A shadowy figure raced across my field of vision and into the pantry. The pantry door shut on its own, shaking the walls around it. A bone-chilling vibration reverberated throughout the entire house, and was then followed by an eerily dead silence. My heart sank to my bowels. I was officially rattled. Running on pure instinct, I grabbed the heaviest things I could find and piled them in front of the door, including my dad's old chair. Once satisfied with my blockade, I raced upstairs, locked my bedroom door, and jumped underneath the sheets. I was a kid again, scared shitless of the monster living in my mom's pantry. After the fear and adrenaline tapered off, I managed to get a little bit of rest. My late-night adventure had come to an end. I woke up the next morning in denial, a defense mechanism of a mind bruised by fear. Pretending nothing happened the previous night, I went about my morning routine as normal. After breakfast, I was able to walk right past the pile of crap in front of the pantry without flinching. I even ignored the scratch marks on my front door as I left for work. Everything was fine. There was no monster, no supernatural entity taking over my home. That was absurd. It was just a raccoon. A very large raccoon. The lies only lasted for so long. Driving away, the terror set back in, sending me into a desperate frenzy of distress and unease. Though distracted by my strange predicament, I managed to make it to work in one piece. Work brought me no solace. All I could think about was what awaited me at home. I was on edge, and my boss noticed this. He asked if I needed to leave early and get some rest. I practically shouted the word no at him, begging him to let me stay. I wanted to be away from that house for as long as I could. Though confused by my unorthodox behavior, my boss obliged. I might have been able to stay at work, but I had to clock out eventually. The day went by far too quickly, and before I knew it, I was back home, sitting in my driveway, dreading the thought of opening the front door. Because of this, I sat in my car for a while, attempting to come up with a plan of action. What do I do? Who can I tell? Where will I stay? The questions swirled in my tired mind until I shut my eyes and took a deep breath to relax. The weariness caught up with me in this moment, causing me to drift off into a stress-induced coma of sorts. I woke up a few hours later to the terrifying sight of scratch marks on my driver's side window. That was the last straw. That's it! I proclaimed out loud. I wasn't going to let this thing control my life. and I certainly wasn't going to let it drive me out of my own home. This is where I grew up, where I spent my childhood with my mother and father. They were still with me, the recollections scattered throughout the house, reminding me of who they were and the impact they've had on my life. No amount of scratching was going to tear through the memories I had of them. Fed up, I got out of my car, walked up to the house, and swung the front door open. I was greeted with the sound of scratching, but this time it was louder than it had ever been before. As I stormed over to the kitchen, the noise morphed into a thunderous banging at the pantry door, causing the stuff I piled in front of it to move a bit. Whatever was inside really wanted to get out this time. Adrenaline coursed through my veins. My flight or fight response was begging me to run, but it was too late. I had already made up my mind. I was going to face this thing head on and get to the bottom of the mystery. This was my home, after all. It belonged to me and my family, not whatever this thing was. In removing the stack of furniture, the banging continued and grew louder. The kitchen cabinets around me swung open. Various pots and pans fell off the shelves. An earthquake of supernatural proportions filled my home. But I didn't allow it to rattle me. I knew what I had to do. After a moment of mental preparation, I opened the pantry door. There, sitting behind the door, was a dog. It sat there and looked up at me in confusion. I did the same to it. After giving me a once-over, it walked over to me and nuzzled up against my leg. I instinctively reached down and pet it, as I would any dog. But this wasn't any dog. After a few minutes of getting to know each other, it walked back into the pantry and vanished before my very eyes. It was a ghost. My fear completely dissipated after that day. I now come home to the sound of scratching and smile. I no longer open the pantry door in fear, but instead, to let my new friend out. He walks around the house, exploring, just like a normal dog would. He even sits down and watches TV with me from time to time. He is a bit shy, though, vanishing whenever I have company over. Still, he is a good dog, a very good dog. I assume he belonged to one of the many owners of the house, seeing as it was built long before my parents moved in. I guess he just couldn't let the place go. Neither could I. A few weeks of bonding later, and I realized that I didn't have anything to call him by. I walked over to the little guy and pet him on the back of his neck. That was his favorite spot. I thought about it for a moment, and then came up with the perfect name. I will call you Monster.
Today's story is by BlackVolumes. Links in the description below.
It's raining, Jesse. Come inside. I called. It wasn't the first time I'd caught my Irish setter eagerly scooping up grass and dirt with her paws, but it was certainly the first time she'd succeeded in uncovering something horrifying. What the hell? I screamed. I locked eyes with Jesse's discovery in the ditch. A woman's corpse. My heart cascaded towards the earth, pulling my limp body in tow. And as darkness enveloped my vision, I prayed that it had all been a direful dream. When I regained consciousness, I found myself lying in the wet grass, eyeing both the setting sun and Jessie's slobbering tongue above me. "I'm awake," I groaned, sitting up and stroking her. "I just took a quick nap. Why am I?" Then it all came back to me, and even in that darkening garden, which backs into a large forest, I could see what lay in the hole. Me! I felt my chest twist and tighten as I expanded all of my energy in an effort to retain consciousness. There was absolutely no denying it. The lifeless body in Jessie's ditch was an identical copy of my own. From the brunette hair to every freckle on her newly rotting face, everything but the horizontal scar on her forehead. I ran inside, whilst Jessie continued to flit between me and the dead woman who looked like me. My dog whimpered in confusion, and I joined her. But with trembling hands, I managed to pick up my phone from the kitchen counter to ring my husband.
"Hi, honey. It's a bit late to be ringing me, isn't it?"
"Jack, you need to come home."
"What's wrong, Sophia? I'll be home tomorrow."
"Please ask your boss to let you come home early."
"What's going on?"
Jessie found something in the garden that... I can't explain it over the phone." I was met with silence, a pause that filled me with inexplicable dread. It must have lasted no more than 2 seconds, but it was enough to raise every hair on my flesh. And then...
"You sound really worked up, darling. I'll ask Stuart to drive me back early."
That slowed the immediate alarm bells, but it did not stop them. I let Jessie inside, and the two of us curled up on the sofa, lights on and the patio curtains drawn. Though, that did nothing to resolve the existential anxiety, as I knew what lay beyond them. 2 hours later, Jack returned from his business trip, and Jessie bounded into the hallway to greet him.
"Where's your mommy?"
He cooed.
"Is she okay?"
When my husband entered the lounge, he beamed brightly at me, a soothing smile that would usually put me at ease.
"What did our crazy dog find?"
"I think I need to show you, not tell you." I drew the curtains and opened the patio doors onto our pitch-black garden. It must have been around 10 p.m. The world felt unnervingly still. The only sounds were my squelching footsteps in the grass and Jessie's nervous panting. I pulled my phone from my pocket and shone the flashlight into the ditch. But what I saw filled me with as much terror as the initial discovery.
"What am I supposed to see?"
The ditch was empty. No, it was right here. I passed out when I saw it.
"Well, that probably explains it. You got confused and fainted. You're prone to doing that."
"Yes, but I don't hallucinate things. And the body was still there after I regained consciousness."
"You always misremember things. Why don't you head up to bed? I'll pick up some McDonald's for us. I need some food, and you could do with a coffee."
I begrudgingly agreed, watching from the bedroom window as Jack hopped in the car and went on a late-night McDonald's trip. But I didn't go to bed, not after the house's external lights revealed something terrifyingly damning on the bumper of his BMW. Dirt. My heart was pounding as I pieced together what I could. that Jack had clearly slipped into the garden and moved the body to his car before coming inside. Why? Well, I had an inkling as to how I could find the answers about the man I thought I had known for 7 years. With Jessie closely following me, still rattled about her discovery in the garden, I headed to Jack's office. It wasn't a room that he had ever forbidden me from entering. However, one of his desk drawers had a lock, which had always been a point of contention in our relationship, something that Jack forever dismissed as a security measure against intruders. I didn't know how much time I had before he returned home, so I got to work. I strode through Jack's cluttered workspace, rounding the corner of the desk. Without hesitation, I proceeded to hammer away at the locked drawer with the blunt end of a heavy ornament. Jessie pawed at the drawer inquisitively, barking at the excessive noise. "That's it, girl," I grunted, hammering away. "Let's make it look like an accident. You were all worked up after all." After repeatedly bludgeoning the drawer lock, the handle eventually snapped off the wood, and the drawer slid open. Inside, there was nothing but a small piece of paper with the following printed words: "Desktop, Ruin 94714, S folder, Yui YJ 76/43. Passwords." Not what I'd expected to find, and I knew I had limited time before Jack returned, but there was no way I could waste the opportunity. Everything that I'd known about my husband was a lie. I threw caution to the wind, turning on the monitor and sitting in his desk chair. The password worked. As the desktop loaded, I wondered what I would find in S folder. What sordid secret was my husband keeping? I didn't want to imagine why there would be another me in a shallow grave. Cloning? Time travel? My head was spinning. I searched Windows File Explorer for S folder, and there was one result: a password-protected folder. And so, I shakily entered the key. Inside the folder, I found neither evidence of some master cloning program, nor evidence that my husband had traveled to the future and murdered me. Yes, I'm aware that my hypotheses were ludicrous, but the truth is far less believable. What did I find? Just one Word document with an obscure title: The Seed Process. I opened it to find diagrams and instructions for some sort of ritual. The Seed Process. I violently trembled at the crudely drawn diagrams, depictions of humans being lobotomized, brains in jars, roots sprouting from the pink matter. I skim-read the list of instructions, and the pictures of this seemingly supernatural ritual started to form. Remove the brain. Plant the seed. Water the brain and watch limbs grow. Let a new, improved human flourish. Mold your loved ones in your desired image. No more resistance. I started to wail uncontrollably, and Jessie nuzzled my leg to soothe me. I could type more of what I read in that document, but recounting it in greater detail would only make me relive that sickening feeling, a horror that cannot be put into words. Jack has been removing my brain, burying my corpse, and regrowing me from the brain outwards using a seed, whatever the hell that means. I don't know how many times he's done it. I don't know how many versions of me are buried in the garden. In the forest, perhaps. Jesse likes to dig there too. But it explains so much. The blank spots in my memory. The misremembering Jack always mentions. The fact that every time I notice a red flag for my husband, I wake up feeling refreshed, compliant. Every time. He's been chipping a piece of me away, changing me, improving me. That night, before he came back to the house, I took Jesse and left without a word. Is he tracking me? I hope not. Whoever me might be, a far stretch from Sophia, that much is certain, and it fills me with a deep sorrow. It also explains the unsalvageable chasm within me. Some repressed, unreachable past version of myself lies at the bottom of that well, I imagine. After all, Jack killed the real Sophia long ago. Who knows how deeply into the forest she's buried.
Death. For many, it is a concept to be feared, to be respected. It is the ender of relationships, of knowledge, of everything that you were and will have ever been. They see it as nothing but a monster, the blades ready at a moment's notice to cut clean through the fragile string you call your life. For others, it is but the next great step in the journey of existence. When it is time for them to shed their physical bond with the world, they do so gladly and without hesitation. They know not what waits beyond, but hope that there is yet more to discover, to experience, to explore. They are happy to go on. Some simply consider it an escape, a way to flee from the pain of living, the hurt that comes from simply being alive. When life becomes too much to bear, they welcome the embrace of death, regardless of what may follow after. For them, they do not care about meeting it prematurely, or if there is more. They only desire for their suffering to cease. The one thing that all agree upon is that death is a universal truth. Just as every being has a beginning, there must also come an end. Everyone prepares for it in different ways, but the result is always the same. No matter the person, no matter the status, no matter your wealth, riches, family, friends, everyone finds themselves in the ground one day. But what if that weren't true? Let us consider the fantastic. If we were to delve into the realm of imagination, and say perhaps that you were undying, what would the ramifications be? Well, there are two aspects to consider: physical and mental. Let us assume for a moment that even if you weren't to die, your body would still be susceptible to aging, to disease, to lacerations. If you were to continue aging far beyond the limits of our programmed destruction,
life would quickly become a living hell. Your body would degrade, becoming weaker and weaker each passing day. Eventually, if it hadn't happened already, you'd no longer be able to walk, as your muscles and bones would have become far too fragile to support your weight. Soon, you wouldn't be able to move at all, lest you tear your body apart. And once your eyes were used up and dry, the world would turn black to them, as well as the rest of your senses in due time. Imagine a fate such as that. Paralyzed, blind and deaf to reality, but alive. A mass of disintegrated bone and flesh, maybe no more than a puddle of soupy tissue. But yes, alive. Not so extravagant a thought, is it? Or maybe, earlier on in your eternal life, you found yourself struck down with a disease of some kind, maybe cancer, while many others have failed to beat it. You wouldn't. However, perhaps you wouldn't quite succeed either. It is possible to assume that, without proper and timely treatment, you'd simply be stuck in a stalemate with it for the rest of your life, which in your case is a long while. Imagine the pain that others go through in those last few months of their life, where many people are ever eager for their death to arrive, for an end to their suffering. A torture so great, it forces people to beg for the sweet release of life leaving their bodies. But that isn't an available option to you, is it? No. You'll simply be left to your torment as the tumors continually grow, pressing hard against your bones, your nerves, your muscles, enveloping everything inside you. Who knows what will happen given enough time? No one before you has ever lived long enough to see. And finally, what if you were wounded? What if you were tortured? If they cut your limbs apart and left you there, because they have a guarantee you won't die? What if they removed your skin, inch by inch, until you were nothing but bloody muscle and tendon underneath, where even the lightest of touches would send cascading waves of pain throughout your vessel, but not kill you? That is what you face on the physical aspect, if you were to become invulnerable to death. But now, we must move on to the mental consequences. Let us ignore all of what has been previously stated, and imagine that you're a perfectly healthy individual. No sickness and no aging. For 50 years or so, you might feel very confident about your choice. But what happens when your family starts to die? Your parents may be expected, but your siblings? What of your best friends? Having to watch each one's last breath, clasp each hand as their strength leaves them. How many funerals would you have to attend when everyone you've ever known and loved has died? How would you maintain a family if you were to bear children with your wife or husband? How would that impact your relationship? As they continued to age and grow older as you stayed the same, a single moment of your life frozen in time forever. Eventually, your children would surpass you, and not only would you witness the death of your significant other, but it would be your children whose hands you must hold as they travel into the next realm, and then your grandchildren, and their children, and so forth. It's all right. You'll start over. In a few decades, you'll be able to move on, to leave and start a different bloodline than the one you've now abandoned. And then, you'll have to undergo the same process again. Losing your love, then your children. Over and over, with each new glimmer of hope you gain to lead a normal life. They say there's no greater punishment than having to bury one of your own children. Well, you'll have to bury all of them. Maybe you grow wise and distance yourself from humanity before you go insane from the mental stress that simply existing places on your mind. That's only a temporary solution. Unfortunately, everything is when you can't die. When the Earth falls into the sun in billions of years, and the sun burns itself out of existence, what then is left? You'd still be there, the one constant in the entirety of the universe, floating through dust and ghosts of your solar system throughout the dark void of space. No oxygen, no heat, and no company. Completely alone for the rest of eternity. When the universe finally dies, will that be the end of you? Will it finally be your time? Or will you be forced to still linger on, witnessing reality as it was never meant to be seen? Such is the gift of mortality. Everyone, at some point in their life, asks themselves, what would it be like to live forever? That's not the question they should be asking. The true question you should ask yourself is this: what happens when an immortal wants to die?